Hello, folks. Welcome back to the RES Showdown. It's time to get going for the semi-finals where 4 teams are battling out for one spot to make it into the Blast Open London 2025. My name is Pavlos, and I've got Ted for yet another day to break down the action, at least for the first matchup. And I'm super excited, man, because we've already had some upsets. We've already had some results that we kind of anticipated, and we've also had a team that we hope to get signed. And look, our answers have been prayed. So our prayers had been answered. You get what I mean. And yeah, Foot is here picking up ex-Navi Jr.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, day one was, I don't want to say full of surprises. There was one big
that was a massive surprise.
Team Liquid. Yeah, absolutely. That was a crisis. It was a car crash if I've ever seen one. Team Liquid not making it out from the quarterfinals, losing to the Virtus Pro Academy of VP Prodigy that we get to watch in the first semifinal today. And as you pointed out later on, we had the ex-Navi Junior boys now picked up by Foot Esports take on OG. Fnatic were able to get a 2-0 win over Sparta. And then for the end of the day, Ecstatic, which we talked about before the start of the event, we're actually able to deal with Zero Tenacity in a 3-mapper fashion. So now they're going to be facing off against Fnatic in what should be an even tougher type of a matchup. But yeah, day one delivered, definitely. And the reason that I'm quite excited that we're getting that first semi-final to kick things off with me and you, Pablos, is because I think there's a lot to talk about. First, because of VP Prodigy being able to, I guess, chop the heads of Liquid off. And then because of ex-Navi Junior finally finding themselves with a solid organization to support them, which has been a bit of a topic that has been circulating around the space for quite a while now.
100%. I think it's been a massive conversation topic. And I think for both of these teams, they are riding a high wave right now, right? They are in the stars, quite frankly. And I think for VP Prodigy, sure, it's just one step towards, getting recognized as a mainstay at this level of play. But at the same time, for esports, a chance for them to break through into that higher caliber of play. As you can see, the 2 matches we have at hand today, the 2 semi-finals, VP Prodigy taking off as soon as possible, about 6 minutes from now. And later on at 5 p.m. CEST is Fnatic versus Ecstatic. So, yeah, an interesting matchup, of course. Like you said, Fnatic being able to take down their opponents without too much trouble. So the crises of the previous day got limited to just the one with Team Liquid. But I think it's time to get talking about our first match at hand, don't you think, Ted? Because it's also a bit of a rematch, if you will, and like you touched on already, 2 very big storylines for each of the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to start it off with the lineups, and I feel like this is where it gets real interesting, because in my eyes, and I feel like for a lot of people, this is an Academy team derby, but Foot Esports is not an Academy anymore. No. So we're looking at an Academy taking on a pretty developed one, right? We're going to start it off with Foot, first official game for those guys under the Foot banner, a team that was, I guess, one of the most discussed towards the entirety of the first season of 2025. Sure. Really, Makaze joining the main Navi team. You bring over Misuta, and I had a bit of a chit-chat with the coach of Foot, actually, Coolio, before the start of this game. Asked him if the plans to use Misuta were to just slot him in 1-for-1 for the roles of Makaze. He did confirm that. He did say, for now, Misuta's just playing everything that Makaze used to play, and we're going to see where that leads us to.
Yeah, it's a hard situation to fill, right? Because Makaze, like we previously mentioned as well yesterday, he was such an instrumental part for Navi Junior. And from all the Navi youth projects that they've had, the academy projects that they've had, if you look at the statistics with players having impact in rosters, Makaze was just second only to Monacy, right? And it just shows how strong he has been and how many stars have walked through that lineup. But going over to VP Prodigy, Virtus Pro's academy team, they really surprised us yesterday. A lot of explosive plays and playing a very clean style of Counter-Strike, to be honest. I think something that we weren't really familiar with, and it was enough, really, to take down Team Liquid by the end.
Absolutely shocking. Yeah, I mean, VP Prodigy, we're talking about a team that is not even ranked by the VRS, that is outside of the top 80 in the world ranking, and that came into a game against Liquid and was able to take them down 2-1, obviously a 13-7 on Dust 2, then lost Mirage 2-13, and then were able to hold their own in a nuke overtime affair for a 16-14 win. Those guys are young, those guys are flamboyant, they don't have Most of them, well, not a single one of them actually has over 30-40 maps played on HLTV on record. So we're talking about the next generation of Counter-Strike right now, and we're talking about a team that can't even qualify technically for Blast Open London because the main VP team is there, right? So they are allowed to play the qualifier. They're not allowed to qualify for the next stage of the event. They're here for the pride. They're here for the experience, here to try and take a little bit of VRS points out of some of the top dogs and potentially even stomp another big name as they already did with Liquid. Now they're going against FUT Esports again as the underdog. But I guess after yesterday, we can't really not give them the benefit of the doubt.
It would be quite comedic seeing VP Prodigy taking down FUT when they finally have a chance to play in a tier 1 event, right? After no longer having to play with with their sister team, if you will. But either way, let's jump into the veto, right? We've got a best of 3 at hand, and we did touch on that these two teams have met before very, very recently, right? But that was a best of 1, and it went to a tremendous overtime score. I wonder if we'll have something similar here. It looks like Dust 2 will be the pick for VP Prodigy, doing really well yesterday, how they started the series off, and we saw a lot of clutches go on that map. Ancient then being FUT's selection, and as a decider, we'll be looking at Overpass.
Okay, I'm loving this from FUT. This is a FUT Esports that is telling us we want to play all 7 maps. Right? Yesterday, we saw the train against OG. It looked hella good. Obviously, it's still not a map that they're willing to leave open all the time, and especially against a team like VP Prodigy, apparently not as comfortable. But FUT is switching things up in a really interesting fashion when it comes down to the veto. And you know what? If those guys can play all 7 maps, and if they want to introduce Overpass and just slowly get it into the mix, play it a couple times as a decider, and then eventually start playing it even more, I'm all in for it. Obviously, it's difficult. Obviously, it requires a lot of preparation, and you need to have a couple maps that are a little bit more proficient, but Ancient is one of them. FUT right now is showing us some great... they're showing us a plethora of maps that they can actually play on a high level on, and that is really exciting.
And you also have to notice that their second ban was Nuke by the end, right? Knowing that they don't really want to risk something like that, VP Prodigy finding success on it, not only against them, but yesterday in their own little matchup. So I think for Xnavi Jr., it's clear that, okay, it's not only just testing out other waters, which is quite likely what they're doing at this kind of new phase. Sure, they've been with this core for quite a while now, and yeah, you're slotting in Misuta. That is kind of taking the similar role to Makaze. It is a new beginning in regards to your organization and the infrastructure around you, and basically a brand new project in your eyes, right? It's the start of your next phase of your career. So Overpass being under the pick there, but obviously don't want to see Nuke in there as well. So seeing the veto, sure, we already come into this expecting Navi Jr. to be sort of the favorites in a best of 3 standing at least, but VP Prodigy have been bringing in a lot of upsets recently, so how do you think that fares?
They really have been. I feel like their opportunity is Dust 2, right? The Dust 2 yesterday was phenomenal. Bist had a great game. Actually, more so on Nuke, by the way, with the AWP, but he was still really potent on Dust 2 as well. Aqua had a phenomenal performance as the in-game leader. Toro had a couple good moments. I feel like still, for VP Prodigy, this is not going to be an easy game whatsoever, considering that they are playing quite similar maps with their opponents, right? I mean, you're going with Dust 2, which is your strength, but this is one of the best maps of the ex-Navi Junior boys, and when they were still competing under Navi Junior as well. FUT is currently on a 6-map win streak on Dust 2. Sure, they haven't played it a single time with Misuta, and that's a fair statement to make. But this is one of the favorite maps of Cemetery, for example. It's a map on which Krabeni feels really comfortable as the in-game leader, and a map where they were able to annihilate teams like NIP, like Passion UA, like Partisan, like Alliance, like Sangel. Not only a map that they win, but a map that they oftentimes win without their opponents even reaching double digits. So if you're a VP Prodigy or going up against a team that's probably not going to go into this one and be shocked by the level you can bring forward, at this point, FUT should be aware of what VP Prodigy can produce, not only because they lost to them, but because of what they saw they did against Liquid yesterday. So I think if you're VP Prodigy, you're not really being regarded as the heavy underdog from the side of your opponents anymore. Ex-Navi Junior or FUT should go into this game knowing that they need to play on 100%.
And I guess one of the arguments we had yesterday between VP Prodigy and their match against Team Liquid was one of having more experience on that European online stage, right? Online stage, if you will. And And I feel that is definitely a non-factor for ex-Navi Junior, aka Foot now. Yeah, I feel like where VP Prodigy had a bit of a strength yesterday and was that X factor, was that, you know, surprising factor for Team Liquid as well, who are going through their own trials and tribulations at this point. It's clear to say that, but things have not kind of fallen exactly and slotted in exactly where they wanted it to be after the player break. That is not where Foot are right now, right? This is kind of an exciting moment for a lot of these players, these youngsters that, quite frankly, we'll be seeing at the Tier 1 stage soon, right? I feel like it's a matter of time rather than if.
I mean, they are playing Blast Bounty, right? And now they can qualify for another Blast event. So it is entirely possible that Foot Esports get to start off their first season. Well, those players get to start off their first season under an organization different than Navi, with participating in 2 Tier 1 events, right? Obviously, Blast Bounty, you don't really know if they're going to be able to make it through to the LAN event. With Blast Open London, you don't know that either. But we had that conversation yesterday. The fact that you get to play online for a team like this is actually really good, right? It is beneficial. Those guys are a lot more used to playing online Counter-Strike. This is where they thrive. This is where the pressure is a little bit lower. They don't really have a lot of LAN experience, but that's not really a factor here, is it? It's all about, I guess, the change of expectations, because now you're not an academy anymore. People are actually looking at you and probably expecting you to start winning more than even you were before. The good news is they were already doing that, right? Able to win 4 online events throughout the first half of the year, couple CCTs, the Thunder Pick, the Yala Compass as well. I feel like those guys at this point know how to win online tournaments, even if there's big teams on the other side. And I just want to see today that they have become a little bit of a threshold, right? The gatekeepers of online Counter-Strike, if you will. They go up against a team like VP Prodigy. They say, well, mechanically, we can match you. We're a better team at this point. We can win this game in a comfortable manner. What Liquid couldn't do yesterday, essentially.
I mean, that's a really interesting topic you bring up there, right? Because in order for you to break through, you need to be able to consistently win against teams at this level. And yeah, that's that real test, really, for Foot, really. And that's what they have a chance to do. You have to play 3 consecutive matches, win all of them, and it's at that single elimination bracket fashion where the teams that have also done well and are also trending nicely in a good trajectory will also be playing up against you. So it gets more difficult day by day. It's hard to imagine for VP Prodigy that to be the case for them, dealing with Team Liquid from the get-go. But you're right. I mean, there's a chance you'll be playing versus Fnatic or perhaps Ecstatic after this, who, let's be fair, even though Ecstatic were taken to a 3rd map here, they are quite a force to be reckoned with at a very similar level, I'd say, that also kind of flirt with that tier 1.5. But we'll see what happens in this one, folks. It's time for this best of 3. Foot Esports will begin things off on the CT side. God, it's nice to see these guys signed. VP Prodigy as the aggressors on the T side.
Yeah, it's nice to see the other guys back on Dust 2 yesterday. Had plenty of success against the side of Liquid on it, hoping to replicate that with a bit of a B play on the pistol, but look at Foot.
Oh, the Symmetry. This is brilliant. Already delivering with 1. Jugs is there to follow up. They try to pincer in, and it works nicely. And Symmetry's still around. He's still there. Still vibing. And he might just vibe check his opponents. VP Prodigy, though, having none of it and have instantly squared things up.
And now you know. He spotted so many people. You know that was supposed to be a dedicated B play with the U2. You're able to disturb it, throw a bit of a spanner into the works, but they're not really backing off. You want to make sure you're not leaving Demon all alone in towards middle, but that will mean that Zux will get isolated for now.
Indeed. Alone. But with that flash, notified. Realizes one's already crossed, and the molly will flush him away, trying to catch Toro on the cross. That could have been dangerous if the bomb dropped, but gets away to safety, bunny hopping in. But look at this conga line. Foot looking to move in one after the other. Realizing that Toro is a good first step, trying to be a distraction, but Aqua reveals himself from tunnel. Toro gets given some space to work around with, but the Gox can't get those one-tap headshots, but Tribal can. VP Prodigy with a first round in the bag.
One of the things that we were highlighting yesterday about this VP Prodigy lineup was the fact that they are trying to play as clean Counter-Strike as possible, right? They're trying to be disciplined. You see a great example in this round. Your round gets disturbed. What do you do under those circumstances? You re-clear lower, you don't overextend, you fall back, you go back into the B play. The first flash and the Molotov that they use are perfect. If Navi Junior or Foot Esports now, sorry, we're gonna need a little bit of time to get readjusted to that, are able to get the first kill there from the window player, then it's a completely different round. But VP Prodigy just making sure that they have all the ifs, buts, and maybes in check. And a lovely triple coming in from Triborg. He had a lot of high-impact rounds yesterday against Liquid, especially on that Nuke map. A map that, as we already mentioned, VP Prodigy was able to beat Foot on in the open qualifier for this event in a 25-21 fashion. Unfortunately, no Nuke in the Veto today, so a little bit of a switcheroo, but still hoping to see a competitive game.
Blocking the smoke, that might provide a bit of a gap in case of this mid-cross for VP Prodigy, but that's not really where they're tempting to go. All the way towards long. Pit player, full spy. Could be damaging if he catches you off guard, but these rifles, if they manage to keep their distance, I don't think VP Prodigy will struggle too much. Krebeni would love to be assisted by a flash, but no one on site just yet. The timing could be a bit off. You can hear the commotion. He's calling his teammates over. This is why you already see a couple of players looking towards Cat and they left him unchecked, which nets him in 2 freebies. Oh, you can't do that. Krebeni nearly gets away with 3. But suddenly the rifles are chiming in, and the cross towards the site is successful. The smoke provides cover for the bomb. Never mind, not anymore. Yeah, okay, never mind. There's another smoke. It all started so well for Foot, but it feels that now a scout not the right weapon for the case.
It would have been so perfect. Would have been such a perfect round. But now Symmetry needs to try and clutch up 2 players to be looking for. This is unwinnable. It should be unwinnable. No Kid going back to the USP. Both of them untagged, rifled, armored. He should have no chance.
And they're just hiding, not giving him any sort of noise, or appearing on a screen at any point in time. Toro lines up the headshot, and it's VP Prodigy that managed to, albeit the casualties, get themselves around.
Yeah, it looked a little bit scrappy there for a second, didn't it? I mean, it kind of looked like they were going to jump clear him, right? Just properly deep clear pit there, but they just decided to overlook it, I guess, got baited in from the lack of support coming in from the side, the fact that no one was really acting as if they had a teammate stuck into worst pit, so Krebeni's able to get away with a double kill out of this. Still not enough for the round to go in favor of Foot. Still waiting for the first round of Foot Esports. Under this banner. I don't think
it'll be coming anytime soon. Not because of the technical timeout, but because of the round that they'll have to save one more time. Seems like Demon is disconnected, so waiting for him to get back on the server. That should be quite quick. I think it was Demon yesterday as well that had a couple of issues with the PC, had to restart. Or was that Jugs?
No, it was Jugs. Yeah.
Yeah, both.
Yeah, Demon was the guy that was winning the 2v4s and the 3v5s.
Yeah. But let's be fair, we saw a bit of that from VP Prodigy as well yesterday. Biss had his moments. Triborg as well had a couple of clutches in there. Aqua, now that I'm thinking about some of his pistols. But Biss was the real highlight player when it came to those clutches.
I mean, the CAS scene is just obscene, isn't it? Sometimes you just go into a random game of Counter-Strike and you're looking at a team like VP Prodigy, and then you realize that the top of the FACEIT leaderboard in Russia is actually just a market for fantastic individual players, right? It is horrendous. It really is. Because every couple of months you find another group of names, another group of guys, and you're like, well, those guys are special, they're spectacular, and then half a year later there's a couple more.
Yeah, isn't that how Monacy and Donk were found?
I mean,
get trained in an academy team, and then all of a sudden,
I guess, yeah, for Monacy it was a little bit longer and a little bit swifter, because for a couple of years everyone knew that he had phenomenal potential. I think with Donk was a little bit more rapid.
Oh, yeah. I think it's because people realized how quickly a person like Monacy could get into that tier 1 scene and not struggle too much at that level of play. I think that there's always that concern, especially bringing in young players, how quickly they can adapt to.
Sure. Also, the scene was different, right? Nowadays, people are willing to give chances to younger and younger guys a lot earlier. Back in the day, even when Monacy joined G2, he was still incredibly young when he joined G2. But thing is, people would think about it a little bit more back in the day, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Completely.
Now you just see a 16-year-old that knows how to shoot really well, and you're like, well, come over and play for my team.
Yeah, I can teach him fundamentals. If he shoots that well, he probably won't need them either way. Well, for this round, back into the action, where Foot need to take a bit of a gamble. 5 players snacked up into the Beast-like Fortress. VP Prodigy, on the other hand, doing their due diligence, realizing no real pressure from anywhere. No one's poking and prodding. No one's saying hello. Yeah, they might be avoiding Foot altogether. Slowly mollying their way into Catwalk, and swiftly, will find this barren A site.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for VP Prodigy, right? You get a couple rounds early on the board, and again, they're being really methodical with it. You can tell that they just don't want to let the Pistols capitalize on any missed moves, mismatches, mishaps, and you got to be really careful against a team like Foot. We were praising them yesterday for the amount of man disadvantage situations that they were able to win, for the amount of multi-kills that their individuals were able to produce. Crazy stat, but yesterday, they had 1 multi-kill per round on average in their game against OG Foot. So, yeah, you want to make sure you're not giving those guys too many chances, even when they've got just the Pistols, because they can still make them ring your bell.
That's 3 deaths already. That is 3 rifles, no more for VP Prodigy. What? Foot Esports have been getting away with this for way too long. But the thing is, we had that discussion yesterday as well, Ted. Yep. It's just not a phase. It's not, you know, a random fluke. They do this consistently.
Yeah. I mean, if we're talking about yesterday's game, by the way, I'm going to spit some more numbers in your face. 45.54% of the rounds that they lost the opening fight, they actually won. So half the rounds, pretty much, that they lose the first fight, they win. It's a coin toss.
What I don't understand, Ted, is why you had to spit those words in my face.
I don't really know. I just like the sound of it, sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Just need
I will provide you with the numbers.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's better?
Yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly fine and normal. VP Prodigy, on the other hand, looking to greatly crunch into this B side. Jug's in a bit of trouble, realizing he has to trade his life out. Molly burning him up slowly, and now the rest of VP Prodigy starting to make some good headway towards this B site. For Esports have also closed in. Aqua, really quick to react to Grabeni, appearing on his screen. And I think with that, you realize there's no longer a chance to break through. Having the numbers disadvantage on a B site retake is really not going to work out your way.
This is starting to look really exciting here for VP Prodigy. It's not just the pistol round, but you go into the first port per buy round and you hit him with that type of a play off of spawn, off of a technical timeout as well. You just go for a straight up B pop, and it works out so well. Misuta good for 1, you refrag him instantly. Duck, same story. Krabeni doesn't even get his piece of the pie. And this is VP Prodigy just playing some old school, really well put together Counter-Strike, right? Pack mentality, stay together as much as we can. Their first buy round, we just group up and hit a bomb site, hope that we're going to be able to run them down, and that's going to delay their entry to the proper CT side, I guess you could say. We're yet to see what Foot Esports actually want to show us on that CT side. They've just they've been forced to adapt to what VP Prodigy are throwing at them. That's a really tough way for a game of Counter-Strike to start. You feel like you haven't entered the map yet.
Yeah, VP Prodigy entering this series with the bravado they had against Team Liquid yesterday as well. Definitely seeing some similarities here. For anybody just joining, this matchup is the semi-finals of the RES Showdown, which is essentially the qualifier to the Blast Open in London. And winner of this one will have to be playing against the victor of Fnatic and Ecstatic. That will be going on later on today. VP Prodigy have another buy-in with them. AWP in the hands of Bist. Still anyone's game, still early doors.
Having other plans for this one. Break of the smoke, and Symmetry's a little bit quicker. This is one that they needed. Bist losing that head-to-head yesterday was one of the people to be looking at from the side of VP Prodigy, but Symmetry is going to take care of him early on.
Symmetry has had so many moments of his own as well yesterday. It is a hard head-to-head to be the better of. And even though the poke and prod so far in Catwalk, a couple of smokes drop in mid. VP Prodigy fancies some of that control for themselves. I think they realize it might be a tunnel play now. For Esports start to throw in their HEs, and a Molly's still available for them. Flood smoke thrown in for VP Prodigy, but it's Aqua that escapes through mid, able to catch Masuta off guard, so Judge knows it's all by himself. The good thing is that 2 players up against him are very low. Krabeni jumps into action and helps his teammate, and it's good timing as well. Jugs concealed himself, and the rest of the cavalry have now arrived. Demon, wide angle, wide stance, and that's what you need to put foot on the board.
Oh, that was absolutely perfect from Dux. I know he's not the one to get the majority of the kills, but the fact that he's able to stay alive for such a long time towards the back of the bomb side, that allows Krebeni to come in. And Aqua, that was a really ballsy move, by the way. The crisscross smokes come in. It was a B-split. They knew the Oper would have rotated back in towards the A bomb side, I guess. And then Krebeni they didn't realize. It's because of how silent Aqua was all the way. He's able to get a freebie. Dux, again, we can't praise him enough for the amount of time he was able to bite his rotations to arrive.
And the fact that these rounds have been so close, VP Prodigy, albeit the 4-round streak, are without rifles on 2 of their players. So esports doing a great job dealing damage round after round.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity for Foot to get into that CT side finally, though. You're looking at the money as well. VP Prodigy starting to run out of finances, slowly but surely. Bist, Aqua downgraded to the pistols, utility not as much, so you're hoping that this A split works out. That's one of the rounds that Liquid couldn't really deal with yesterday.
Suits a flash though, finds the cover he needs. Can he reposition on time? He's got help, flash thrown away, and Aqua can't really turn away on time. In comes Krebeni and he finds the impact necessary.
Oh!
And with Toro being so low, even a bullet to the head
Bomb
is the way he goes down. Indeed, bomb at Krebeni's feet. And you know you've given over space onto this A side. Krebeni's in a bit of trouble, but Symmetry gets challenged. Can he reposition? Oh, this is so tough. Misses the first couple shots, but he's also got assistance from mid if needed. Krebeni, that is critical. Triborg, oh! He's able to get a hold of Jugs, but Symmetry's no-scope is the icing on the cake. Foot double up.
Yeah, Krebeni's just won this round all alone, right? We gotta highlight him, gotta highlight Misuta as well. That was the one thing that Chewy had such big issues yesterday dealing with. Those flashes through the smoke, on timing in towards long, caught him off guard a couple times. Same for Misuta, but he's able to double down and actually get a kill out of it. Krebeni coming in with a big triple D in-game leader in Symmetry. It was a little bit of a lackadaisical fighting towards middle, but still able to confirm it with an on-scope. And now we were talking about a potential reset for VP Prodigy. It's come to reality. 1xbet odds in favor of VP Prodigy for this one, actually. Okay, we're getting a really evened up showing here, apparently on Dust 2.
Oof,
I bet Foot have something to say about that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure as well. Clean work from the Foot players. And they don't lose a single rifle in the process. Don't let the pistols do the damage that they themselves know they can inflict. So 3-4 is the score as VP Prodigy enter yet another bye round.
Yeah, the good thing about Misuta slotting in into this team is the fact that, for example, you need a pit player. He's been a pit player all his life, pretty much, right? Misuta's that type of a guy that has taken a lot more responsibility in star roles in the last couple of years of his career, but at the start of it, especially when he was playing on Vitality, he was just a straight-up anchor and a lurking guy. He was never the most aggressive person in the mix. So you can use him as a pretty versatile player, and again, you can see the example. Misuta starting this one off in towards lower. This time you've got Zux taking responsibility of long.
It's not like Symmetry's without help. Good, great flash from Krebeni, and Misuta backs it up nicely. 2 picks to the good. VP Prodigy in a bit of trouble. Aqua knows he needs to be a bit risky with his approach, and at least that attempt pays off to begin with. But you have left Misuta lower, and Aqua being low means he's easy picking.
More.
He really wants to go in forward, but somehow Beast comes alive. Suddenly a 1v1. How did that even happen? The positive for Symmetry is that Beast is down to 40 points of health. The question is, where is he going?
He's reading into that being a B play already. Does Beast want to go there really, though, Symmetry? He's made his decision. Beast sticking around in towards middle. When does he start hearing him? That's the one question.
Press the shift key just on time. Beast does not have a clue. This is 5-head from Symmetry.
If he goes long, Beast is never going to be ready for this. If Biz just walks up short and plants the bomb, he might even plant for long. He might think it's safe. He might think it's the only avenue that's safe.
But he's got to clear every corner diligently. You've got no idea where Symmetry is. But instead, it's going to be a catwalk across. And Bist starting to bolt towards this A site. This bomb plant is less safe than you think, Bist. But instead of holding towards Cat, jumps into ramp. This bomb is not planted for him. Oh, that's a pixel. There's the info. Both of them know where each other is. Flash out.
Through smoke.
4x3. What? Don't catch him on the side of your monitor. Bist gets there first.
That is absolutely crazy. This is one that makes you hold your head into your hands. Ask Symmetry about it. He wouldn't explain it to you. He couldn't explain it to you. Why does Bist do that? How is he playing with so much confidence? How is he playing with that much audacity in a 1v1 like this one? That was supposed to be a FUT Esports round if I've ever seen one, but Bist just goes absolutely nuclear with a multi-kill, and that one was the cherry on top. What a move from him. Talk about confidence from a young gun.
I get why you can be upset with FUT Esports there, because honestly, they had the picks needed, but they just went in a second time, and that's when Bist sees a chance to pull off the double. Money, money, money indeed. VP Prodigy are back in the game. 5-3 in the lead. Buffer still there. And FUT, on the other hand, look at the stack towards long. There were 4 players at the start.
Yeah, maybe anticipating a little bit of a tempo switch coming out of VP Prodigy, and you can't really fault them. That's something that they've been doing quite a lot in the last couple days. Win a closer round and then just go for something a little bit quicker, try and hit you hard when it hurts. And especially financially, it would really hurt FUT to lose another one. The only silver lining, I guess, for FUT is the fact that the previous round they were able to get 4 kills as well. So you're getting that bonus money, you're keeping the T-side economy as low as possible as well. You win this by round cleanly, you're in a driver's seat once again.
Some early nade damage as well, softening up Bist. Jugs making some deeper positioning. Again, we get to see all the cinematic angles. But what it illustrates essentially is that FUT have created a fortress here on A. Couple of players holding sight. And with Symmetry holding the big green, scoped in position. Throws down the smoke to give him some cover and deter the flames. Demon able to find the first one, and the shooter able to weave in and out of battle. Symmetry only good for the one, but it might just be good enough. Bist, you saved the day before. Can you do it again? If you can isolate, maybe there's a chance, but Masuta says a grand big no to that, a 3-piece to boot. And FUT Esports not letting go.
He's been phenomenally solid, Masuta, hasn't he? Whenever you've needed him to deliver a kill, he's been doing it. 10 kills already, top of the server right now. We're gonna check it out on the replay too. Demon ready for that swing through the tunnels. That's not what we were looking at, but Symmetry taking the attention away with the smoke. The first pickup, that sets up Masuta for a lovely triple kill. That's why you want him, the reliability that he brings to the table. With all that experience. It's a long time since we've seen Masuta play on the highest of levels, obviously between 2020 and 2022, and he was on Vitality, and there was a lot of reasons for him to get removed out of this lineup, but regardless of the fact that it's been a while, he's still pretty young, right? He's still only 22 years of age. He was just that young when he got given the opportunity to play on Vitality. And this is another chance for him. The French lineup gets removed. Masuta is the only one man that's still kept in. The one man standing has an opportunity to show that he deserves to be here. That's what he's doing right now.
Oh, this is going to be a gorgeous game, Ted. I feel it in my fingers and my toes. We've already had a few awesome moments. Pistol one-taps, clutches, awesome holds. This is just the beginning of this best of 3. And very neck and neck in regards to score. VP Prodigy, even where Tech 9s can be dangerous, need to be respected. Bit of a jiggle and a wiggle for Demon. Sees the smoke, instantly blocks it, but at the same time throws one of his own, finds a side angle, reveals his position. He might be a dead man, indeed he is. Masuta can't hold much more than that. The M4 of Tribook does a lot of work, and with that, the round's done. It's over. And VP Prodigy get away with murder.
It's so weird for Demon, right? Because you can't say that he plays it too wrong. I mean, he's jiggling with the smoke, deploys it on time, trying to get ahead of the util of the CT or of the T side. Just couldn't get a connection. There were so many Tech 9s running around. He doesn't get a single kill. Then Masuta is able to get one, but gets run down as well when you're not even holding on to all your weaponry right now. this could be a little bit problematic. This was Foot Esports' opportunity to shut down VP Prodigy's money and potentially look at 7 rounds on the CT side, and now it's the other way around. Now it's VP Prodigy with a realistic opportunity not only to go for 7, but even 8. Symmetry not going to be able to hold on to the big green. 1 kill is alright, with a triple kill out of Triborg. 6 rounds on the board now for VP Prodigy, and the money for the side of Foot is not completely ruined. They still have enough to go for one more investment, but it will be a little bit funky. I think 1 or 2 of the players will have to take a bit of a hit.
There's been a couple of moments already where Foot Esports seem that they're ready to take control of the game, you know, take that tempo. VP Prodigy, though, every single time it seems that's the case, completely deny it. And it's happened again. And you're right, a bit of a hit for Masuta and Jugs, Famas, MP9, the rest do have their rifles.
And Symmetry is playing a glass cannon as well. No kids involved.
Early flood smoke on B as well. That's going to keep a couple of players lined up in B busy. So there won't be any quick rotations in case of a fast pop outside of long. Which does seem to be the case. Oh, the timing of the flashes are actually superb. HE grenades as well, but the spray down from Demon when he's blind cannot be as accurate. Krabeni knows his stance is greedy, knows that his stance is risky, but in moments like this, you need the risk. Krabeni! 1v1s the AWPer, gets the other one as well. Does more than what is required. And now it's Symmetry posting up. Knows Forever's in the corner. What is going on with these? Masuta's position is telegraphed. Revealed, smoke thrown, but he's running after his opponents, but takes a lot of damage in the process. VP Prodigy might be getting away with this one again.
Got a reroute. Not sure if there's a kid drop. Masuta's gonna give this one a go. He knows money's not sufficient. Might as well try it, or actually get his hands on a big green and then hightail it for the save. Yeah, this looks like the more logical of the 2 decisions, but it's a 7 round on the board for VP Prodigy. Masuta no other choice than to just head back, tail tucked between his legs, and Forever, he's going to remember this round for quite a while. A massive 4K coming out of the #1 aggressive rifle on the side of VP Prodigy. One of the people that actually did struggle yesterday against Liquid and didn't have the best game of his life. Usually the guys who run in first, the guys get involved with the most amount of opening fights on the CT sides as well. In terms of the rifles, no one can overshadow Bist.
Forever 3x'd his kills that round.
Oh my god. He lost the O.
Yikes.
That's a big problem. I mean, the T's didn't pick it up, but it doesn't really matter. They've got the money for it. The CTs don't. And Demon got disconnected again.
Yeah, that is a bit of a yikes as well, but 1 round remaining in the half, and VP Prodigy, it's been their game as of yet. They've been in complete control, all hands on the steering wheel basically, and Foot, they've been catching up here and there. They've had their moments, but if you're trading 2 rounds for 1, yeah, you'll end up having half the amount of rounds your opponents do by the end of the half. You can't count out the pistols. You can never do that, especially when a force might be at play. It will be at play, but it's not going to be anything substantial. VP Prodigy have been playing clean. I feel like they've been playing the best Counter-Strike I've ever seen them play the past couple of days.
I mean, they did 2-1 Liquid yesterday.
Yeah,
it's difficult to know, right? It's a funny thing because we don't really know how much of it should be given to Liquid being
it's a bit of both.
Really worse for wear.
Yeah,
but Foot is a solid team on an upward trajectory right now, and when you're VP Prodigy and you're playing like this against them, that I mean, if anything, it just proves that you have something to show, right? Especially when it comes down to that Dust 2. Obviously, we all remember how things went on map 2 yesterday against Liquid. They were able to get only 2 rounds on Mirage, and Ancient usually isn't the forte of those guys, but we have to know that this is an academy team, right? They don't really have a lot of experience, so it is quite obvious that the Veto is not going to be the strongest one out there, but as long as you have 2 or 3 maps that you're fairly comfortable with, that you can lean on, it's absolutely fine. And when I say comfortable, and I don't mean to pick them, I mean to play them in general, and it kind of feels like we've seen good stuff on Dust, we've seen good stuff on Nuke. Ancient, we haven't seen them play in this event yet, and it's a map that usually is a bit of a 50-50 for VP Prodigy, and Overpass is a complete completely new one for Ballfoot and VP Prodigy. So we don't really know what to expect until the end of the series. The good news is we're seeing some optimistical signs here on Dust2 from VP Prodigy. That T side from yesterday against Liquid is being replicated right in front of our very eyes here as well. It wasn't just because Liquid didn't know how to respond. Apparently there's something good that VP Prodigy is doing here.
No, there are many things that VP Prodigy are doing good right now. And I think one of them is, even though they fall back in numbers a couple of times, they just don't give up. They've got that all-in attitude. We've seen it in a couple of occasions that saved the day.
It is a little bit easier to have it when you're an underdog as well, right? This is the difference between Foot Esports playing VP Prodigy and Foot Esports playing a lot of the other teams that they were playing against under X-Navi Jr. earlier this year. This is the game that you expect them to win, right? You expect them to come in and show a comfortable level of play, and they know it. The eyes are towards them. No one is expecting anything out of VP Prodigy, right? This is the first time those guys are able to qualify for an event like this, and the fact that they were already able to take down Liquid is, I guess, a success big enough. If you're able to get a series off of Foot as well, then you've pretty much, and excuse me for using that, but you've shocked the world.
Double scout setup. MP9 for Mizuta. For Dryborg as well, surprisingly. Not opting for an upgrade. Though there wasn't much cash available to upgrade. Clearing out Catwalk. Yet again, doing your standard procedures. This nade could be good. Not bad.
It's alright. This does get tagged down, unfortunately, is the one person with the AWP, so yeah. Probably the last person you'd want to throw a nade at. Foot running a similar setup to the one that they had a couple of rounds ago when Misuta mauled out 3 of them. Difference is, now, you don't have the open in the mix, you've got the scout, and Misuta's got an MP9 instead of an M4, so it should be a little bit more difficult to get.
Toro's ready for this easiest kill of his life. No problem picking up jugs there, and with that, you know you've weakened this right-hand side of the map. Aqua realizing one player's out on launch. You expect Misu to be up close and personal. Ingoos, flash, forcing him out of cover, but at the same time, Foot have kept this a little bit competitive with the one pick they have. Krabeni needs something here, otherwise it's all lost, and he does indeed get something. But finding more headshots in high-pressure situation like this is not a high likelihood. Still though, 8-4 for VP Prodigy, repeating history like they did yesterday against Team Liquid, but now against Foot Esports to make it into the finals. First half done, let's see if they can continue with this pace going on to the next one.
Alrighty. Second half of action coming right back at you. 4 rounds for the side of Foot on the CT side of Dust2. VP Prodigy looking as strong as ever on their map pick of Dust2 like they did yesterday against Liquid. One of the more exciting teams at the start of the second season of 2025 in the down echelons. We're jiggling the jiggler. Look at that. Sensational.
Who does it best?
Ladies and gentlemen, that is simply sensational. Yeah.
Oh, Triborg, actually.
Our jiggles were better.
I agree. For esports, a very important pistol up ahead. Awaiting the spray at the start. I think Misuta taking a lot of damage. They don't check up scaffolding. It takes them a good while to pay attention to him, but the fact that Symmetry ends up with a double kill, clearing out the B-bomb site, gives a lot of reason to their success. Krabeni able to trade his life out, so a 3v2 favoring Foot for this retake.
It should be nearly impossible. No kit, no utility. Krabeni's able to get away with a kill regardless of being cleared out by 3 players. You shouldn't be giving them a chance here, Foot.
Absolutely not. But anything can happen. We've seen it as of so far. Toro Realizes where one of those heads are. Now need to find out where the rest lie. Symmetry.
Hold on.
Attributed 2 picks so far, but it leaves Masuto by himself. Knows the bomb is being touched. Finds the first one.
Oh!
Had to hide away, but there is no kit available. No time to defuse. Therefore, that is going to be the round going to Furt.
Whew, you know what? It's just simply terrifying how close they're able to make a lot of those rounds. They're clinical with some of those shots, and this is forever showing us apparently why he is the guy to be given all the freedom and so much space on the CT side and on the T side as well. Didn't quite get to see it yesterday, and now he's having a much better performance, but look at those entries from Symmetry. A bit of a weird one from Aqua. They're able to get away with a kill. Krabeni with a massive roll, being able to get at least 1 kill out of middle. And Toro going huge alongside Forever. Unfortunately, they didn't have Forever to defuse that bomb, had a limited amount of time, and it just was not simply enough. I see you smile there, thank you.
Yeah, I'll give you that. You're allowed 1 or 2 per cast. It's okay. Keeps life interesting. But just like Foot Esports on their second round, VP Prodigy also forcing up, but this time they've got 2 M4A1Ss, and the rest with pistols. Could very quickly become dangerous, especially when the M4s have the upper hand against 3 Galils on the other side.
We got a lovely angle of that failed molly. Absolutely perfect. What makes it even better is the fact that he lined it up twice or 3 times before failing it. Happens to the best.
Foot could be in trouble. The smoke has been intercepted into CT. So it hasn't really lined up. So if Foot choose to move in there, there's a gap that can be exploited. Triborg realizes there is strong presence around, tries to run away while his heel is nipped up by the flames. Again, the cover, the gap of the smoke provides Forever the perfect chance to chime in with his own pistol. Triborg under a lot of pressure, and a lineup from the distance is a tough one to handle. Demon will scramble up, but they're running out of health, running out of HP, and that's the resource you need to take over this round. Jugs, 20 seconds to make this one work, and having to take a few steps backwards to retrieve the bomb. This is a rough one, and VP Prodigy are giving him nothing. As soon as that bomb goes into the ground, you know that these 2 players will be running right after you. Tries to bait them out. VP Prodigy read it, and they will not be going down without a fight. 9 in the books. It doesn't take them long on the CT side to say hello.
That's such a painful one as well, right? It kind of erases all the happiness and joy that you had on the back of winning the pistol round. We're going to see a replay of the failed molly. It doesn't change too much. Okay, yeah.
Look at it spin as well. It's like a fidget spinner.
I can't believe you said that in 2025. Fidget spinners were the thing back in the day, though.
They were great.
Yeah.
They were a lot of fun.
You used to have one. You used it in history class at school. Don't do that, kids. So.
Your teacher was okay with it?
Yeah, because they didn't know.
Yeah, some of them didn't make too much noise. Some made like no noise, and those were the cool ones. Like
my fidget spinner knowledge is not massive. I wanted to say though, VP Prodigy had a phenomenal setup in the last one, and now they're going to get tested. Forced by coming in from Foot, a lot of pressure onto that A bomb side. Dux is able to open things up. That's good damage being inflicted onto the T's, but still the bomb side falls under their control. So at least you get a bomb plant bare minimum, money for the next round, or at least some finances. VP Prodigy definitely want to give this one a go. Oh my god, lights out.
That's 2 already. We've seen so many of these 1Ds from Jugs, and he's doing it again. Knowing how difficult these hand cannons are to handle when you're playing up against Foot, but you are given Forever some opportunities to get back into this game. Masuda looking for his own little one shot, but not quite working out. Demon realizing it's all up to him. Forever it is hitting his shots. Okay, well, Jugs must be a little bit disappointed after that one. He did a lot.
Yeah, he definitely is, right? You're just running out on a force buy like this when you get 2 1Ds, and then the bomb side just gets stormed by 3 people coming in from CT and from long. And this is a well-placed tactical timeout coming out of Coolio. Obviously, as we said, Misuta is the only different player in comparison to that Navi Junior lineup. Coolio was the coach of that team, and he's been a coach on those Navi Academy projects for the last 2 years as well, so he knows his players quite well. But as of right now, no matter what you know and what you don't, you need to face reality. And reality is FUT Esports in a really precarious situation where they don't really have a lot of money, but they don't really have a lot of rounds either. So if you want to take a bit of a hit and let VP Prodigy get this one easier, that means that you're putting yourselves in a position where you don't really have any margin for error. A hero Galil being put into the hands of Ducks. You want to keep their economy honest, I guess, on the CT side, but you're not really investing everything.
That is true. You also always want to have some way to deal with VP Prodigy's economy. And even though FUT Esports were able to mess around with their opposition's money last half, it's a lot easier to maintain that struggle if you're on that CT side.
They're ready again. VP Prodigy had a perfect setup to deal with the mid to B play a couple rounds ago, and now this is going to be a short play. Look at the setup. One guy in towards Goose playing anti, there's no molly for him, and you've got Forever as well taking the attention away from the ramp. This should hold on pretty easily.
Yeah, look at the amounts of damage that can be dealt with pure HEs and incendiary, even just sprays. Forever, here's the drop. The bomb can't quite go down before the sprays work their magic. Demon and Jug still able to inflict some damage of their own, but at that distance you can't really find success consistently. Even Blind Krabeni is able to find some more damage, so 3 picks, not too bad of an ordeal. But looking at the round score for VP Prodigy, it's getting scary. 2 only left for them to secure this map.
Yeah, you're pretty happy with this one, all things considered. Maybe a bomb plan would have made it perfect, but the fact is you just brought in a couple of upgraded pistols and one single hero rifle when your main goal was to do damage to the economy of the CTs. That's what you did, right? You couldn't get a bomb plan out of it, but you still got 3 kills. You're getting some bonus cash. You're making sure that VP Prodigy are in a position where you win 1 buy round, and then they're going to be facing financial issues. That's the opportunity for FUT, but as you said, they need to be picture perfect from here on out.
Oh, Demon. It looked like he struggled to get out of the smoke there, but the flashes work superbly. Toro couldn't see what was coming to him, already with the numbers for FUT Esports here.
This is going to be a pretty rapid round. You've just got Zux in towards middle, doing some damage control, making sure that the CTs don't really push too deep into enemy lines, but everyone else in towards that long position. FUT Esports shouldn't really be given too much time to VP to go aggressive. The moment that Zux spots someone, that should be the signal.
I was about to say a lot of gravity on that position of Jugs. Very influential. He's already done what he has to, right? Delaying, find the pick, making Aqua go all the way up in mid. That buys time, buys space for FUT. And they're having to expend a lot of their mollies to get onto the site, so VP Prodigy could potentially have a decent setup for this and throw in some mollies of their own. The denial and the time bought is substantial.
I wouldn't hate a save, by the way. If that nade doesn't get a kill, you've got an AWP, you don't have a kit. You've got the nades dropped into towards CT spawn, but this is just going to do a little bit of residual damage. And as we said, because of losing 3 players in the previous round, you don't really have too much left for the subsequent, especially if you throw yourselves out there and you lose some of those guns. So, yeah, they're just calling it out. And by the way, just correcting myself, they do have a kit. It doesn't mean that the retake would have been easier, though.
No, you're right. VP Prodigy is showing they're playing the long game here. They know they've given themselves a lot of margin for error from their success in the first half and at the start of this one. Did you just say what? Because of the little
because of the jump. Yeah. I was just having fun, you know.
That's right. It's okay. You're allowed to have fun, Ted.
That's what Counter-Strike is all about. Let's replay. Good flashes coming in from Krabeni. Doug's doing God's work in towards middle, shutting down the first player. The moment that he gets run down like this, that means that there's most likely going to be even a 3rd player backing up for this one guy pushing in towards top middle in such a brave fashion. So good reaction coming out of FUT. 5 rounds the difference. Another buy coming in for VP Prodigy, but this is everything they've got.
Yeah, placing a lot of importance into the utility rather than fully upgrading the riflery. And the 1xBet odds continuing to actually look a little bit closer this time around.
Yeah. Now we're getting a much more competitive game, and if you want to get a bit of a bonus, you can go over to 1xBet using code Showdown. Of course, you have to be of legal age, which is 18, and gotta make sure you're responsible, but as long as you are, code Showdown, the mobile app, a lot of cool stuff happening over at 1xBet.
A lot of utility exchanged early. Charo will be tested first. Bit of a lazy peek from Demon, and he gets punished. Aqua looking to close up the distance, and there's no assistance for Misuta. Bit of a rough time.
Bomb drop.
That is awkward. But Krebeni finding himself to the back line on that A site has evened up the scales. The thing is, that bomb is a bit out of reach. And I'm wondering whether Jugs decides to go all the way around from long or continue to put pressure in mid.
It's all about where the second player is as well, right? You saw the way that Jux was moving around. That's because he wasn't sure where Biss would be with the big green, but now he's fired a shot in towards A, so Jux can take his time. But look at Biss. He's going aggressive. Jux is going to find that kill. Biss set up in the clutch, finds the first one. It's a 1v1 against Krebeni now, but the IGO has got the bomb on his back and knows exactly where the upper was.
Oh man, Krebeni.
He's heard him.
He's been heard. Footsteps. That's all you need. And Biss will be ready for him. Oh dear, Krebeni, you're in a bit of trouble here. You're hoping that Biss misses a shot, but that's not going to happen. Well received, well played. Biss reads his opponent like a book there. And 12 on the round score means that only one is left before Dust 2 can potentially be picked up.
So much effort being brought in from Krebeni as well from short side. Getting all that space, getting the kill from behind Dux as well, doing God's work in towards middle once again, but Biss is everywhere with that op. One step ahead. He's been such an intelligent oper to look at in the last couple of days. Making all the right choices, it feels like, the young man. Showing he's got that potential, and that's 6 opportunities for VP Prodigy to get a 13-6 win on Dust 2 against Foot. Just one day after getting a 13-7 over Liquid. This VP Prodigy Dust 2 is something else.
No, it's really exciting to watch. And for Foot Esports, bit of a wake-up call. Playing a team that have brought in a surprise performance the past couple of days, and now Foot Esports have to deal with it if they want to make it into the Blast Open London. Krebeni, that's quite a bit of damage taken. A third tick too long, I'd say. The only one with a deagle for Foot Esports this time around as silence drops at the 50-second mark.
That's just a fake, just a ruse. Krebeni might try to even drop down CT Forever and needs to be careful about it.
Yeah, Forever will be the one that will be approached first. Making themselves known with that AK shot. If they would have walked through, maybe they could have gone on away with a little bit more space. That molly is going to interrupt Misuta in its entirety, crushing outside the tunnels. Triborg is able to mince him down. Demon does connect with a couple, maybe even a third here. Okay. Running out of bullets though, will be in trouble. Multiple directions taken by the VP Prodigy players, overwhelming from all sorts of angles, and 13 on the score sheet. Well, Dust 2 goes in VP Prodigy's hands.
You thought maybe yesterday was just a shocking turn of events, maybe just the day of their life so far. Well, VP Prodigy are going into the semi-final game here at the RES Showdown, saying that they still have a lot of fight to give, and saying that yesterday's win over Liquid was not really just a flash in the pan, showing that they can actually play high-level Counter-Strike. A 13-6 win on Dust 2, and it was such a team effort as well. Bottom frag 13 kills, top frag 17 kills, all 5 of them putting in the effort, all 5 of them dragging their weight. And we have to be quite blunt when we say that. We have to be honest. Foot Esports, we're not the better team in the server right now. VP Prodigy take first blood, and they're officially just one map away from the grand final.
I'm going to be honest, this is what I wanted to see, Ted. I wanted to see VP Prodigy to start this series off with the right foot, and that's exactly what they've done. That's the only way we thought they'd have a chance in this series overall, and especially given that the next 2 maps coming up are Ancient and Overpass, in case that third mapper is needed, right? If that decider is required. But indeed, Ancient is going to be Foot Esports' home ground, and that is where they'll need to get a win if they want to keep their hopes alive to making it to the Blast London Open. Welcome back to the RES Showdown, everybody. We're already one map in of our series between Foot Esports and VP Prodigy, where VP Prodigy so far have taken down quite successfully, I'd say, quite one-sidedly, Dust 2. It felt like they had a decent first half, but as soon as they went into the second, it felt like they were never threatened. So this leads us to a very interesting series here, Ted. We thought it wouldn't have been simple for these guys so far.
Yeah, at this point, I guess you can make the statement that VP Prodigy's Dust 2 is better than the main team's Dust 2, right? That's what it looks like. They 13-7 Liquid on it, they 13-6 for the esports on it.
Sure.
And now I guess the only question that's left in the conversation, sorry VP, I do like you guys, but the one question that is left in the conversation is, can they take this onto other maps as well, right? Because yesterday against Liquid, that's what we saw as well. Domination on map 1, then Mirage just didn't click, right? They got their asses handed to him pretty much. So now you're going on to an Engine, which is technically a little bit better for them in comparison to their Mirage, so we're hoping that they put up a little bit of a fight. But if we have to be completely honest, Engine has been the bread and butter of this core for the esports since the start of the year, so we are expecting to see 3 maps here. If we do get a competitive Engine, I think this is just going to be a compliment to the good play that we've been looking at from the side of VP Prodigy all 2 days.
Yeah, it feels like it's this sort of situation that for esports can easily just shake off, right, and instantly get back into the action and potentially do a great job on Ancient, similarly to, like you said, Team Liquid did on their second map yesterday. So we'll see if VP Prodigy can hold on overall, but if they do, like you said, it will be a positive for them generally, and going into that decider gives them a bit of more comfort that they can still hang about with their opponents' best pick, right? One of their bread and butters, if you will. So for VP Prodigy, where do you think their chances lie in a map like this? Because let's be honest, a 2-0 will always be on their head. They'd love to make it work if it does appear to them as an opportunity. Where would that kind of lie? What are the win conditions?
I think the good thing is that this is going to be the first time that Foot is playing Ancient with Misuta, right? And this is a good thing for VP Prodigy, because Makazi was a key piece when it comes down to this map. I mean, even if you're looking at his performances in Cologne the last couple of days, Ancient has been great for him. And he's usually one of the stars of the show when it comes down to this particular map. And I feel like the absence of Makazi means that Krabeni is going to have to take a lot more initiative, which he usually does, right? But that means more responsibility on his shoulders. And it's going to be interesting to see where Misuta actually slots in on this map, because even when they were playing with Matthews is notoriously a lot more of an aggressive rifler nature-wise in comparison to Misuta. So now you're going into this when you're starting on the CT side. The one thing you should focus on, I feel like, if you're VP Prodigy, is try and play as assertive as Counter-Strike as possible, and then potentially get as many rounds as you can on the back of your individuals. And then as we go into the second half, see if you're going to be able to make Foot Esports a little bit more uncomfortable with the way that they need to figure out how they really want to approach, especially the middle part of the map where Makaze was usually the main guy when it came down to that ex-Navi Junior team.
What's interesting to see also a little bit from VP Prodigy's past, last time they played Ancient, and that was just last week, basically. They've had a little bit more success on the T side, surprisingly enough, on Ancient, and this time they decided to begin things on the CT side. So, you've always got to consider that tempo, right? Being able to bring that on from the previous map as well, starting things off is a really important point for them as well. If they're able to get that pistol going on that CT side, build that economy ASAP, and potentially put pressure onto their opponents that will force them into mistakes over time. That is definitely something to also look into. But yeah, other than that, it feels like it's all down to this Foot side to show us that even with a Masuta, which up until this point, I feel, Ted, they've done an excellent job with integrating him. Sure, it's hard to stand out to the level that Makazi did, because he was completely obscene, right? Superb all across the board. But I feel like I haven't had moments where I said, Masuta feels uncomfortable in this position. It hasn't been a thing.
No, and it's not in particular that even if they do badly on Ancient, Misuta's a liability. He hasn't been, right? He's been playing well. It's about the fact that you're just slotting in different players in a way that you've been together for many months and you are used to playing in a certain way. So when you change players, it's completely normal for the communication maybe at times to be a little bit different. The way that you're used to people reacting around yourself is going to be a little bit different. So even if you are slotting a good player, whenever he's the guy that's going to be involved in 90% of the action, which is probably what he will be, especially on the CT side when it comes down to Enshin, it is completely normal for some of the comps to be a little bit delayed, maybe a little bit chaotic, maybe not everyone's going to be on the same page at all times. We don't really know though, right? That's the thing. And as you pointed out, it kind of feels like Misut is slotted in really nicely, but those are the minor details that could make a difference. Now, as we say that, minor details usually mean something when you're playing against a really proficient team that is maybe up to your level or a little bit higher. VP Prodigy should not be considered a higher or an equal team to FUT esports right now, regardless of what happened on Dust 2. So if you are, I guess, FUT going into this one, you need to focus on the individuals. You need to focus on the game plan that's probably going to be really solid. You have really good fundamentals when it comes down to Enshin. It's all about that cliche that all players like repeating, but you just have to try and play your game, right? Just try and focus on your type of Counter-Strike. As long as you do that, you should be all right.
I mean, there's a reason why it's a cliche, Ted. It's because it's normally correct. And that's the thing about cliches. I know we're going to very general points here, but doesn't it feel like all cliches at some point in time are exactly what you need to hear, even though it's a cliche? It's just... That's why they've existed and will exist for years and years to come, though, Ted. All right, it seems we have a little bit of delay as the players are readying up to get into the server, making sure that everything is in order. So there's no disadvantage on either side. It seems that this issue is still pursuing, so we're throwing it to a short break. Hopefully, we'll be back very soon to provide you the action with map number 2 of this series. Right, folks, thank you for your patience. We're back for the RES Showdown. As it seems, these issues have subsided. Any dispute has been put to the side and now ready for the action. VP Prodigy on top in regards to the map score, but it's time for FUT Esports to see if they can bounce back.
Yeah, Ancient has been the bread and butter of this young lineup. We're going to take a quick look at the 1xBet odds favoring VP Prodigy actually going forward. If you want to check those out, make sure you go over to 1xBet and use the code Showdown upon sign up. VP Prodigy one map up, one map away from reaching the grand finals. That would definitely be a big surprise for a really well-playing CAS lineup, and a good start on the CT side is of the utmost importance. The B-bomb side has been vacated, and FUT will take it. The question here is, does Misuta find anything? Answer, 1 kill is granted. He does go down, but that's the retake going on, and Misuta does do his part.
So we're on for a 4 versus 4 retake here. Bomb already gone down, and it's been 10 seconds since that's happened. And now we look at Aqua having a full set of utility, looking to see if he can support his team entering this side. Demon jumps the gun though. Krebeni's flash nets him the first pickup, and it means FUT Esports have got the upper hand leading into this one. A little bit more pressure exerted towards the back end of the site, but Demon is a pistol god and ends up with a 3-piece at the start of this map.
Yeah, I guess he was one of the people that you were looking at on map number 1 and scratching your head a little bit. Finished that map on 11 and 14, which is, for the standards that we have grown to expect out of Demon, actually a pretty worse for performance, right? Let's not forget, he was one of the key players in yesterday's win over OG in a 2-0 fashion. We're talking about that train, finished that one on 24 and 11. Map 2 on Mirage, 16 and 14, 40 and 25 in total. 2 maps in for Demon, so we're not really putting a lot of money on him having a bad performance all series long, maybe just one off map, but now you're expecting him to wake up.
Look at the mid-crunch. A potential for a lot of damage to be coming out from VP Prodigy, especially if Misuta isn't ready. Jugs is there for the supporting factor, and the fact that Krebeni's got the high ground nets him even more success, but the pistols are still chiming in. A couple of upgrades for the remaining CTs, and it's still 2 rifles versus 2 rifles to see who will win this round.
They still think it's the B-bomb side. Now they realize that no tick and being heard. It's an A retake here. No kit, no armors. This was a full eco, so it doesn't really hurt, I guess, to try and do a little bit more damage. And they've got the util.
Both FUT Esports players split between them, creating a bit of a crossfire. Smoke. That's going to reveal Demon's angle, so you know where he's coming from. Symmetry shows his mark as well. Down to the USP and the 1v1. Running out of time, though. And I think the safe recourse is to pick up the AK-47, bolt away from that bomb explosion. You've done substantial damage already, and FUT Esports get the round win.
Yeah, you know what? This is a perfect one. Oh, we see a Falcons graffiti as well. So a Tyloo one earlier, but yeah, this is a perfect eco. It doesn't get any better than that. I guess the only way it could is if you had won the round, but you get 4 kills out of it. You recover an AK-47, a lot of chaos in towards middle, catching Misuta on a bit of an unfortunate timing when he had the molly in hand. A 2-0 start for FUT here on the T side, but still money's not looking entirely perfect for the T side, as you can tell. Demon, the richest one with 1750. You've got Symmetry and Misuta on 0, Jux as well. So this is VP Prodigy's opportunity to claim an early entrance into their CT side.
Aqua might be in a bit of trouble. Although, realizes Krebeni is nearby, still, Krebeni reacts to him on time. And instantly, VP Prodigy on the back foot. For esports moving on 2 different fronts, though, you can also see movement in mid as well as A tunnels. This could be difficult for VP Prodigy to read how quickly FUT is moving.
Yeah, it's a tough one because you've lost 1 player in towards that cave position, but it doesn't really give you too much, does it? Krebeni is the guy that's going to go for those plays most of the time, and feels like VP Prodigy have made their decision. Pushing towards the downside of the lane is not too bad of an idea, but that's been coordinated. Heard forever with a lovely pickup onto Demons. Still the bomb side will fall under control for FUT, but this is one that VP Prodigy are probably going to give a go.
Ooh, Tribal greases Misuta's position on time, and now this is a really doable situation. Sometimes you opt out of it equal numbered and when you have a lot to lose, but no, not this time. You've got a flash on Bist.
Backstab from Krebeni.
And that could be difficult if no one's looking, but indeed Forever is looking in that direction. Krebeni still ends up with a pickup, leaving Bist all to himself. Knows that one of his opponents is low. Krebeni, literally 1 point of health remaining on him. The Symmetry has got all of his, and instantly goes down. No time again. So similar to the rounds before. VP Prodigy getting so close, but no Sikar. Foot to get 3 on the board.
Whew. Yeah, that is Foot getting rounds on the board, but it's not that comfortable, is it? I mean, we're not getting the sense of them just controlling the base. Krebeni would love the opener in towards the cave position. Forever gets a little bit fortunate getting that kill. Felt like Misuta actually overplayed his hand a little bit too early there in towards Fred. Could have been a little bit more patient. Definitely gave them a good go, but Krebeni with a lovely decision to go for the backstab throughout CT spawn. If he does stay in towards Donut and plays this one passive, it probably would have been a much more difficult round to convert for Foot.
Yeah, and even though Foot have won so many in a row, the economy is a little bit on the flip side. That nade does a lot. And VP Prodigy have mustered something of the buy, and the MP9s could potentially clean up with the softened up players.
Yeah, early utility is really potent against the T side of Foot on a map like Genshin, because they do love taking that space early on. Quite rarely you're going to see those guys just stand behind and wait for the utility. Obviously, they haven't really played VP Prodigy on this map before as well, so you do need a little bit of time to get adapted to it. Foot, though, after taking a little bit of damage, Krebeni's been left all alone in towards the lane, and VP Prodigy with a double setup cave might be looking to challenge, but the T's are walking out middle in what looks like a bit of an A split. They still don't know about the presence of the AWP though, and that's on Bist. He's positioning towards the temple, so later on in the round, if that ends up being an A round, this could be a bit of a problem.
But the early molly to stop the left-hand side engagement. Into Jag, the crossfire. Aqua gets both. That is massive. And it puts VP Prodigy in pole position. Bist
Bomb drop.
being challenged, but it buys space for Toro to jump in. That's more like it. Krebeni does have some sort of an answer. But with the bomb left in no man's land and being all by himself up against the 3 of VP Prodigy, he'll try and isolate Bist, but it shall not be. VP Prodigy get themselves a say in this map.
That's what we were talking about as well the last couple of days, right? The money that you're accumulating when you're getting kills on the CT side, it actually adds up. That's the reason they're not ready for a big green. Obviously, the setup in towards Cave catches them completely off guard, but they were not ready for Bist to have a big green that early on, considering VP Prodigy have lost 3 rounds in a row and they've been forcing up as well. That's how money works nowadays, I guess. A little bit easier for the CTs to be a bit more creative with it, and it will take a little bit of time for T-sided teams to get adjusted to it, get used to it.
Hero AK onto Jugs this time around. VP Prodigy have upgraded to a couple of AKs of their own. But Foot in numbers together. Sacrificial lamb team it is. Ooh. The Tech 9s of Symmetry still seem to find their spoils of war, and a potential plant becomes possible.
Yeah, low on HP for Symmetry though, and there's a little bit of util on the other side actually. I look at it, just 2 flashes, so no one to take him down. Retake is on.
Krebeni needs a pick without being traded, but loses so much of his health in the process. It's down to repositioning, but VP Prodigy patient, Krebeni not so much. And even though Symmetry gets a double kill with the Tech 9, now required with the Kalashnikov to deal with 3. And with both VP Prodigy closing in from all directions. His position completely red and overrun. VP Prodigy back to back in rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you do get the refracts in towards Donut, but the damage that is being outputted by the Donut players was phenomenal. Forever keeps on having a great performance. Yesterday, he was one of the more lackluster people, and again, we're talking about that nuke map where in the matter of between 5 and 10 rounds, he was just stuck on 19 kills. Dusty was a great map for him. Here on Enshin, he starts it off perfectly in towards middle. Toro's the one to get the first one, but Forever does the brunt of the damage. A double kill setting everything up so nicely. Solid shooting coming out of the AWP of Bist. He hasn't really been missing a lot of important shots so far, and regardless of getting the bomb plant, Foot don't really have the finances to solidify another buy.
Indeed. I'm curious then, because we're looking about VP Prodigy's chances in this map, and we thought it'd be quite minimal, but so far, looking pretty clear with their game plans. These names doing so damn much. Therefore, just 1 shot or 2 will seal the deal. Triborg makes it a full meal. 4 courses all to him. And VP Prodigy able to just close the gap entirely.
Yeah, and hailing them like his chicken nuggets, and there's a discount. Look at that. Triborg, he's just having so much fun with it in towards the B-bomb side. And yeah, I think VP Prodigy are really giving it a good go right now. That is a lovely camera angle. By the way, I did do a little bit of research, and I found out who's responsible for those cinematics. It's Migsy.
Oh.
Shout out 1 time.
Shout out 2 times. Fantastic work.
Yeah. Look at that. They're all flying. You float too.
They were cinematic and contextually relevant as well. A lot of the times yesterday. Hopefully we see a lot more of that. 3 rounds to 3. Buy round per side. Timeout taken. Due diligence, really, for esports looking for their answer.
You know what's the thing? We've got a leveled up game. I feel like VP Prodigy has been the far better team. They probably deserve to be 5-6-0 in the lead so far. So Foot know that. They know they've been winning a lot of close rounds. They know they need something a little bit more stable. And by the looks of things, the B bomb side will be the answer.
And Aqua can heal the commotion. But he does have some assistance behind him, but Foot just overwhelm. Purely brute force. Biz not smoked off. Looks to moving forwards. You don't often see this too much, but it's Biz we're talking about. And he wants to show off, but might have been too much than what he could chew. Is left with a mouth open, but a cracked skull. And VP Prodigy looking for their way back in. Both grouped up together, mollied off for now, and Foot just hiding in their corners. That molly, again, it's going to buy enough time, and VP Prodigy know this isn't one for them.
Yeah, it's a great switch up coming out of Foot Esports, finding a really tight avenue in towards that B bomb side there. Switching up the pace completely. Early utility comes in and towards middle, and those are the reactions that we were talking about, right? Foot is usually a team that adapts really nicely, and they know this VP Prodigy are going to be putting a lot of effort in towards denying them to get that mid control for free, deploying some of that utility early on in towards the lane as well, so you're just switching it up completely, going for the ramp play. There was no mollies, there was no HEs, there was no utility from the side of VP Prodigy there. They just didn't expect the tempo switch.
And now, for esport work it out. I wonder how much can be attributed to that tech timeout there, the tactical timeout. Say, okay guys, it's time to just full foot onto the gas pedal. No pun intended there.
They're going again.
This time on the other side of the map, and without VP Prodigy defending it, only forever, at least on their nearby proximity, and Bist locks out due to a smoke. A lot of the Foot players have taken damage, but none of them fall.
Yeah, that's going to be a 5v5 retake. Look at the damage, though. Krabeni 16, Demon 32 might make it a little bit more complicated to hold on.
4 kits available for VP Prodigy on the pounds. It's 3 on one side, 2 on the other. Who will start to make movement first? Still the nades continue to soften up for esports even more. Flash to slow him down. Krabeni lined up with the right position, but the breakaway in Donut seems more successful than the one in Temple. And it's forever with a 3-piece, and he keeps on going, wanting the ace. Left in a 1v1, Jugs wants to hide away. Knows he's got time in his favor. And all Forever can do is chase after Jugs' is Shadow. Even though you get 4 kills, it's not good enough. Round secured for Foot.
That was perfectly played by Jugs there. Just go and ring around the Rosie, knowing that the time is on his side. That's 5 rounds now on the T side of Foot. 3 of them have been won after losing 4 players. So many rounds going down to the wire. So many rounds going down to a 1v1. Forever doing God's work in towards Donut. Just unable to hold it together towards the end. And look at that. Some great refragging coming out. Misuta Krabeni doing their absolute damnness to hold on. And Ducks with a triple. What a hat trick out of him.
I feel like this game has gotten real spicy, Ted. Ooh. And especially now that Beast has been unlocked from the first frag of this one. Aqua considering taking even more space for himself and claiming an AK.
That's the definition of throwing a spanner into the works as well. It was just starting to look like Footer finding some more of an comfortable approach early on into the rounds. At this point, it feels like they just have the money for a best AWP every single time, and he's locked in again in towards middle. Misuta, gotta be really careful with this.
No trouble at all collecting that one. Bist looking clean. It feels a lot more like Dust 2 now, Ted. Like you said, for esports start to put their foot on the gas, but it's VP Prodigy quickly to answer back, deny the tempo. And we see that once again. 2 players forced to save for esports. And for VP Prodigy, you haven't built up too big of an economy, so can't quite afford to go for the chase.
You know what's the concerning part here? The concerning part is even though VP Prodigy still work with a deficit, they are the ones winning the comfortable rounds. Whenever Foot Esports win a round, it goes down to the wire. 1 or 2 players surviving top, so the money is absolutely destroyed. We were talking about VP Prodigy. their rounds are just falling into place really nicely, right? They don't need their individuals to clutch. I mean, we're looking at some pretty comfortable Counter-Strike right now from the CT side. Double AWP saved up as well. That's going to be an interesting one for the next, but you just have one rifle, one big green going into this one with a couple SMGs and pistols, and you're winning a clean round. That's going to do wonders for both your confidence and your finances.
I love the shadows.
Yeah.
Continue to show.
No, I love it when we're jiggling. When we're jiggling on the other side of an angle that a player is jiggling.
Yeah, yeah.
It's really fun.
Just join in the fun. Yeah. Why can only the players jiggle? We can as well. Either way, though, that was as clean as it could be. No damage taken. And it begins here. Bist's first AWP shot, the aggression after the back of it, and reading the red push from Foot just nipped it in the bud. Double up setup now.
Yeah, and Foot Esports' money is not jiggling, it falls. Going down financially quite badly. Double AK, one Galil, a couple pistols. Utility is not perfect. Zix is going to get an early boost in towards middle, looking for something.
And VP Prodigy wanting to take the space for themselves. Could be a bit of trouble if this flash is well timed, and indeed it is. Forever locked away. Demon able to punch a couple players down himself. And VP Prodigy find themselves on the back foot and a potential upgrade in weaponry for Foot. But a quick maneuver now towards his left-hand side extremity. A sight in their line of fire.
Yeah, and this could get a little bit tricky as well, because Bist is up close, right? The moment that you start making a little bit of noise in towards A, and you kind of need to. You know there's ops on the other side. Bist is going to be the first line of contact. Question is, when will you give this one away?
These cinematics, man.
Popping out.
Oh, just, hello, peekaboo. Okay, back to focus mode, though. Pulling a nice line of fire, jump from Symmetry. It's not good enough. Bist and Toro, all that is needed to this A-side defense. And it's costly when you have no smokes available to you. A rough one, albeit the brilliant start. Breaking away in mid, Demon is left with a clutch situation that is simply not salvageable. VP Prodigy putting their foot down on that one.
Yeah, you're just playing into their hand, and that's all on Triborg deciding to be really unorthodox with the AWP into towards Cave, by the way. He does get really aggressive, even risks going for the zoom, but they just hold on. And the moment that you start making noise, Bist is still here. Lands the first one. There goes the peek from the M4. Bist with the refrag. It's absolutely perfect from the side of VP Prodigy. And Foot had a lovely start to the round as well. Second late flash in towards middle, caught them off guard. Made them get a 2-for-1 out of it. Still unable to convert, though. And now we're leveled up with VP Prodigy being in a great spot to potentially get 7 rounds out of this. I say that. Bist is alone on A again. And they've got pistols. Glocks. Yeah. 5 of them. No armor, no utility. And they could get a bomb plan out of this.
And you can see Toro also joining in quickly. He's right on time to this push. And even though Foot Esports close up the distance, Forever has also showed up. And they'll bring out some pistols of their own. Why not? Bist. I feel like this is a bit of a statement from him, Ted. I feel like this is getting a bit personal, and he just wants to show up.
You know what? It is really motivating, especially for a team like VP Prodigy, definitely, because they are an academy themselves, right? And they are probably at the point where all those Foot Esports players were a couple years ago, bar, obviously, Misuta, right? So you are the youngsters playing against the youngsters that are going through the transition of becoming a force in the tier 2, tier even 1.5 maybe in a couple months or years. And you've got a great opportunity to show that you can go toe-to-toe individually with those guys.
Honestly said, it feels like this is VP Prodigy's canon event, right? The one which changes their trajectory in the Counter-Strike space.
Yeah, that's how you announce yourselves to the world.
Zara here. Ooh. Albeit the smoke break.
Hold on.
He will go down. Aqua, though, is able to double up, and no pressure from doors to put him to rest either. So equally footed right now. I feel like I'm bringing out so many Foot references, and I don't even mean to do it. I'm sorry. Still, though, a reset in position. Aqua putting focus on the doors, with Demon waiting on the other side of the smoke.
Oh, that's a great reposition from Aqua. This is not the angle you're clearing. He was in towards Cave already, and you know he's going to be alone here. You could guess at least. Triborg is the A player. Demon actually clears him. This is lovely diligence.
That's the AK versus M4 matchup again. Headshot connects, but it's just not enough, and the AK finds its mark soon enough. 3v2 with Foot trying to make their way into this B site. Smokes, mollies galore. Bist is alone. Can he interrupt the cross from happening? He needs to be wary, though. Jug's threatening that back line. And that jiggle wiggle only lasts that long. That's the free piece. 25 seconds in the reposition. Now you surely must know that the B side is the hit, and you're calling Triborg over.
Demon's low. Good news is the upper on the other side. Bist might not want to challenge this one. You're in a position where you can just wait for Triborg. Just gotta hold on to that crossing towards long. That's a big one.
He's just holding the position. That's all he needs to do. Bist, patient as ever with 2 points to spare. And Triborg joins in right on time. Holy moly, VP Prodigy is showing up, and it wasn't just the first map fluke. They're doing it on Ancient, and 7-5 is the score by the end of the first half. What a world we live in, where VP Prodigy on the one day take down Team Liquid, and now not only are one map up over the new guys in the scene that look to show up for esports, previously Na'Vi Jr., and now lead them in round score as well, jumping into their opponent's map pick. And it's for esports now on the defensive side, trying to see how they can deal with VP Prodigy's attack now towards this A side.
Bist has been an absolute beast so far. 12-3, 14-7 for Forever as well. 10 kills for Triborg. Pitsu 15 towards middle, going to get tested any moment. Now tapping away, actually deciding to disengage as his teammates make their way out A.
Too much of a challenge to enter this A side, but they are bringing the fight to foot in Donut. They've got to be careful of the duelies. They're looking to run away, and they get blocked with each other. Aqua getting some damage across, and instantly a 1v1 fight. Even though the duelies have more bullets, Aqua is the one more accurate.
If there was an award show for the most chaotic round of the week, that would have been the winner. It would have been the contender, the winner, the number 2, 3, 4, 5, all of top 10 would have been that one round. What was going on the A side? The teaser simultaneously trying to push in towards Donut. There's a backstab coming in from CT Spawn as well. P250 arriving a little bit later to the show, and Aqua, the in-game leader, is the one to get a triple. VP Prodigy with a big pistol round win.
Yeah, you definitely need a tactical timeout after that one. But this time from VP Prodigy, that's their first. A little bit too close for comfort. Maybe it's to chillax, because it was chaotic for us, could have been for them. Need a couple of breathers. That is a real possibility, but they also know this is a great chance that they have in their hands. You win the next couple of rounds and you build yourself momentum on the T side. You already have the round advantage. You just want to hold on to it. We've seen times, Ted, where VP Prodigy struggled to close out a map. They don't want this one to be the same.
No, not quite. But this is a great opportunity right now. You just got to stay level-headed. It's not how the game went yesterday against Liquid, not at all. Map number 2 was a complete mowdown. VP Prodigy with a realistic opportunity to think about a 2-0 here, but as we said, you're still the underdog. You're still not in a position where you should be getting ahead of yourselves. It's all about keeping it one step at a time, one round at a time.
Forever. Overwhelmed on the pistols. You must never underestimate foot on the heat on the pistols. But Triborg Smack 10 says hello, and Bist also greets them with a Balkan kiss. And VP Prodigy now got themselves around they expected. Sure, it's a couple of picks for foot, but I don't think you've approached a dangerous point with that round.
No, it did get a little bit scrappy for a second, but you clean up towards the end. This is the one buy round that's going to make the difference, and unfortunately for the CTs, couldn't get enough money to actually solidify an ult purchase, so it's the 5 rifles, so this is a really important one. You lose here, you're looking at VP Prodigy potentially even thinking about an 11-5 lead. That's the one that Foot need.
This is pacey. This is real quick. Jug's on the receiving end, center of the site, using the box for cover, but having to drop back into the safety of the smoke. More players arriving, but it will take some time until they join. They're not buying it.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a wrong decision, but they didn't know that Zux fell back in towards the bomb side, I think. They were still looking in towards Xbox. Issue is right now, you've got no presence in towards mid or towards the lane. You've just got Triborg, I guess, holding on for that B push.
And you've used all of your smokes bar one.
Yeah, you're light on Uto, which is a bit of a problem. I'm not sure how they want to finish this round. They've still left one player in towards A main. You're hoping that Foot just go for a push and give you something at this point. At least you've got the money to work with.
It's a bit
or
of
not the money, but the
reverse,
time,
though.
sorry.
Foot are just welcoming VP Prodigy at this point.
Hello there.
We've started the jiggle walls, man. Res Showdown, more like jiggle walls. Jugs. Considering that push. In the meantime, VP Prodigy going for the fake towards this B side, trying to see if they can catch anyone. It does keep 3 players busy for quite a lot of time. And Jugs goes down without having a save back. Bomb can be collected. It could potentially go down, but you're running out of time, and Demon's so damn close, pressuring you. Choro is solo, so could fall victim to a spray, but he manages to punch down the digits on time, and Symmetry is left in his solo journey. Taps the bomb.
No kid.
Puts Forever out into the open, but he's just revealed his hand. He's just shown his cards. And now wants to go for the chase, but Forever is so much quicker and snappier. Double digits secured. VP Prodigy, round after round, statement after statement. Now double the amount of rounds than their opposition.
It's such a mature call as well. You go for the play, you don't feel comfortable forcing the issue, you just pause, you slow it down a little bit, you retake all that map, and then you regroup and go for the A bomb side. Demon should have gotten that kill though. Demon should have killed the bomb carrier there, and I don't want to be the one saying it, but he's been having a really tough day today, and he knows it. It is really difficult to keep a level head, knowing that you just missed out on an opportunity to pretty much win the round. You just needed one bullet to connect onto a low HP player that had the bomb out and was just strafing, and you couldn't connect.
Knocking on the door of 11. VP Prodigy step back as Foot Esports try to make their presence known in mid, but the young Russian squad having none of it.
That is insane. A quick reminder to everyone at home, VP Prodigy can't even qualify for the event technically, right? They're allowed to play the qualifier, but they can't go to the Blast Open London because the main team of VP is there. So even if they win, the spot is going to go to the number 2 seed.
Do you know what that really means? That the match after this could potentially be the final. It could be potentially Fnatic versus Ecstatic to see who qualifies. Just because VP Prodigy decided to show up, take down Foot, and take down Liquid at the same time. It's not over till it's over. Currently, Aqua nearly gave that one away. And you can also see that Demon wants to throw a Hail Mary into the mix. But the thing is, just too many bodies to throw at the problem here. VP Prodigy have got the answers they need. And with that, Symmetry has to wave the white flag and get out of dodge.
Yeah, we were talking about individual performance as well. As Krisen put it yesterday after losing to Foot Esports, this is a game of shooting, and sometimes you just don't shoot back. The thing is, now it's roles reversed, right? Foot are the ones that can't shoot back. Krebeni and Symmetry are doing everything in their power, but Jugs, Demon, Misuta, they're all struggling. And then you're looking at the other side of the server. There isn't a single player on single-digit kills for the side of VP Prodigy. Forever is on 18 and 9, Aqua's on 11 kills, Triborg is on 13 and 9, Bist is on 17 and 4, and Toro's on 10 kills as well. Everyone's pulling their weight, and Symmetry might be able to hold on to the rifle, still has to be careful. Trapped towards the back of the pillar, and there is a lot of people around him. Let's go down.
Yikes.
The buy is still coming up. That just would have meant that they have an AK to work with. They still have the rifles, but that would be a perfect moment for another tactical timeout. This is tournament life right now for the side of Foot. You lose this buy round, you're going to be down 5-12.
Oh boy, you would have thought that the Foot Esports squad would be on cloud 9 after being collected by an org, after having a great result yesterday against OG. But VP Prodigy, a rude awakening here.
Yeah, they are. Straight up B-rush off of spawn. They want to close it out now.
Over the molly, over the HEs. They don't care about who is holding the site. Brute force is the approach. The thing is, you need to be careful, but no, you don't have to be. Toro taking the fight head on, not allowing Foot Esports to breathe, to live.
Oh!
But they may have gone a little bit too far. Bomb hasn't gone down just yet, but Forever is able to square things up just for a moment in time.
I think they have the info. They know where the Oprah is. It's all about picking up the pieces about Misuta's whereabouts.
Both Foot players blocked off. One by Smoke, one by Molly. Both depleted. And now they can make their move. Misuta, traditional route taken. While Symmetry holds his line, hoping VP Prodigy step his way. But as the smoke lands, we'll use it to his advantage to cross in. Masuta now trading forwards into the site, into the arms of Forever, squeeze to death, and Symmetry calls it off. VP Prodigy, with this bomb explosion, found themselves not only on map point, but on series point.
If you didn't know who those guys were before the start of this event, now sure as hell you do. The balls to go for that type of a call. You've got the round buffer, you can afford to go for that type of a rush. You can risk it for the biscuit. That's exactly what they do, and they run Krobeni down. He doesn't get a single kill on that defense. Symmetry did so much with the big green. He tried to keep them in this one. Perfect shots coming out of the O, but Forever is just so damn good right now. And it really is forevermore. 22-9. He's taking them all the way.
There's a sense of adrenaline running for VP Prodigy right now. There's a sense of energy flowing. And let's be honest, it has made a few mistakes for them. They have overstepped their welcome a couple of occasions, but blimey, it is catching for esports off guard, and that's been enough. Jugs, influential position taken, but can't quite get the second one. Therefore, just a trade to start this round off. Triborg might be trapped, but you can tell Krobeni is not feeling it right now. He doesn't want to risk it.
No, he was all alone as well, putting a little bit of pressure, but Triborg is going to double down. And actually, he's trying to make as much noise as possible right now, Triborg. Just keep those B players occupied. Take their attention away. This is the first out of 7 opportunities to close it.
You know where 2 out of 4 players are right now if you're VP Prodigy? A lot of presence down mid, so answers also for this foot side. Bist, a beauty of a headshot. And a flick to remember. For esports, want to save the day here, but Masuta could have fallen through the cracks.
He doesn't know there's someone that's crossed in towards red right now. That could be a big issue. They're still thinking about it. Everyone's watching their backs, but this is such a weird round for both those teams. If Masuta goes down, this is the game.
Triborg thinking about jumping into Jag, but instead spots one player, maybe even a second, and thinks the better of it. Masuta getting the better trade through that one, but with minimal amount of health, that nade should do the job. You know where the remaining players are. Full steam ahead its way, and you haven't got a clue of Forever's position in red. VP Prodigy do the unthinkable. Not only knock down Team Liquid out of Blast contention, but they do the exact same thing to FUT Esports.
The academy of the team that has been failing to impress in the last couple of weeks, in the last couple of months. If you're a Virtus.pro fan, there probably isn't a lot of reasons for you to be ecstatic over the main team's performance. Well, the academy just gave you one. It gave you 2 reasons to be ecstatic. VP Prodigy have just came into this qualifier and said, hey, you know what? We're not even going to require a grand final. We're going to make sure that the grand final for the spot at Blast Open London is the game between Fnatic and Ecstatic in the semi-finals. We've knocked out Liquid. We've knocked out a newly announced on the highway to success FUT Esports, and we don't give a damn about it. VP Prodigy have come into this RES Showdown and announced that their event for the taking.
You know what? We thought this was the skies aligning for FUT Esports, for the ex-Na'Vi Junior roster. The fact that Team Liquid was no longer on their side of the bracket, they were knocked out, they could have had an easier time making it into one of their first big events now that they're no longer under that Na'Vi banner. You can tell how this moment is so huge, and it could have been so huge for this roster, right? Debut game under this new organizational banner, but VP Prodigy say, you guys might not be the only youngsters that are approaching this scene right now. You guys are not the only the new kids on the block. VP Prodigy are here to stay, and I feel like this event is a catalyst to something even greater for them.
I mean, that's what you're hoping for, right? For a team that doesn't have even 20 maps together on HLTV, and they've been together for a couple months, they're not used to having opportunities like those, and the fact that they beat ex-Na'Vi Junior or FUT Esports a couple of days ago in the open qualifier to qualify for this, FUT Esports come into this event as a replacement for NIP, right? And they get an opportunity to get redemption, now under their new org, now on the back of a really good win over OG yesterday, and they get completely dominated. That wasn't even a close game against VP Prodigy, and this is the terrifying part, right? You're looking at this matchup. If there was a team to win this one 13-6 and then 13-5, you'd probably say that this should have been the other way around. It should have been FUT, but no, it's VP Prodigy. It wasn't even close.
Boy. And all of a sudden, the final, it's not quite the final, but the match which decides which team makes it to the Blast London Open of 2025 is this. Fnatic versus Ecstatic, taking place in approximately 50 minutes. Guys, I hope you understand the gravity of this situation. This is not what we came into this tournament to expect. We thought VP Prodigy was amongst the underdogs. Quite clearly, a different situation than that. Ted, any final words before we throw things to a break and reflect off the back of that?
I'm really hopeful that VP Prodigy keep that good performance going.
Sure,
and
yeah.
you know, this is not
100%.
just a one-off event that they come into and they disappoint Liquid, they disappoint Foot Esports. And as for Foot Esports, I just really hope for them as well that this doesn't discourage them too much, right? Because this is just one online game. Obviously, in the end of the day, especially for a team that has been on such an upward trajectory, I hope the guys realize that sometimes those results are going to be in there. And when you were the youngsters that were upsetting teams like yourselves with a lot of goals and a lot of hope like this, it was really good. I mean, what comes around goes around. And sometimes things are not going to go your way, but Foot Esports is still a team with an incredible ceiling and incredible potential. So yeah, looking forward to seeing what they will be doing. They will be playing the Blast Bounty, and that's going to be a really interesting one for them. But unfortunately, it was just not their day today.
Indeed, indeed. And this leaves us with one very important match coming on later today. It is Fnatic versus Ecstatic to take place, and the victor of which match will make it into the Blast London Open of 2025. Folks, today's been an exciting one. Yesterday as well, I feel like we've had a thrill pack of matches, and I'm hoping that the matches ahead are also as exciting. That is me and Ted done for the day, but you're in good hands as Jay and Dweck will be taking the helm, and we'll be back after a break to bring you the action.
Out. Out.
Hello and welcome back to the RES Showdown. We're continuing on with our semi-final day into our second of the semi-final action. Our next matchup that could prove to be a lot more important than what a semi-final might initially let on here. My name's J. I'm joined by Dweg. As per usual, as we cover Fnatic versus Ecstatic. Winner will take on VP Prodigy in the grand finals, but given the VP are already fielding a team in the closed qualifier for Blast London, starting to think that this matchup might decide who is going to fill that final qualifier spot.
And I almost predict that 1xBet would struggle to recognise who's the favourite between the two. I think this has got to be the most contentious best of three out of all of them. You don't really have a heavy favourite. Every sort of other best of three, we look at who's the underdog team, who's maybe the team not in form. For both Fnatic and Ecstatic, they've been on an upwards trajectory, and I'd say the last few months has been very successful for both teams.
Indeed. I mean, we talk about coming out of the player break, or going into the player break more so, about how both teams were fighting right on the highs of success. Fnatic, 2 LAN grand finals, 1 LAN trophy. Ecstatic, 2 LAN appearances, 1 LAN trophy in an arena as well. So a lot of achievements coming into the off-season, coming out of the off-season, seeing where they sort of go from here. They are 2 of our front runners. They are both currently my personal front runners if they were on the other side of the bracket to make it into the grand finals. And so I think we've definitely been spoiled with the quality of matches we've had on our shifts, Dweg, because this one certainly looks set to be a bit of a doozy.
I think the only separating difference between the two is that one single roster change has got to be something to talk about on one side where you can't make that for the other. I know that we spoke about it yesterday that Ecstatic have a new coach, but new coach versus new 5th player, it's a very different roster change for the two orgs.
Yes, Fnatic might have been suffering a little bit as a result of those roster changes. We talked about Pro League yesterday and how they didn't quite do as well as they wanted to because they were playing with Stan-In, Cypher now the permanent 5th. I'd like usually to ask at this point, Dweg, how you feel like he's bedded into the roster now that we've seen him in his opening matchup with Fnatic, but I don't know if there's much you can pull from in that Sparta series.
Not really. The one, I would say, key detail of where he looked at his best was some of the entries we were seeing from him on the T side, especially when we was coming out train, those aggro plays in towards the A-bomb site takes looked quite good. I was a bit surprised about his roles, though. I mean, you had sort of Crims and Fear that was sort of the aggro Brown Halls players into Pop Dog, and then Cypher was lurking Ivy. So maybe we need to see a few more maps in the pool to get a bit of a feel of where he was, but I actually thought he was quite passive from what is a really aggressive T-side rifler.
You wonder if that's the right way to use him and whether Fnatic can bolster themselves around that passiveness, whether he can thrive in that passive style of role. I guess we'll find out against what should be much more staunch competition compared to yesterday. Ecstatic will be no slouches, and you're right to sort of take a look at this matchup and say that it's difficult to predict because these guys, they've been on the upper trajectory, they've been on a roll, and look, again, like I said yesterday, it wouldn't be impossible to pin them to win this.
Anle had an incredible match yesterday versus Zero Tenacity. You remember how he was on the T side of Nuke, just sort of obliterating players out towards the door. Had a really good 1v2 clutch out on Train, even though that didn't quite work out to be a 2-0 in that series. And then on Inferno, he just kept that form going. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on Anle in particular after how he played yesterday. And then Christo with the AWP, especially on CT side, he was so consistent. Map 1, map 2, map 3, he was hitting really important shots and was definitely a key factor to how Nuke was so one-sided and how Inferno was as well.
Yeah, a lot of very key individuals on this team that you could look at from yesterday's proceedings and say that they could be difference makers here in this context as well here today. We'll note as well that we're Train going down to overtime against Zero Tenacity. There was a key opportunity as well that Ecstatic probably could have gone 2-0 in that series like Fnatic did.
Yeah, there was a position where they were, 6-1 up on Train, ended up choking the middle section to the second half. They ended up going 8-12 down. They brought it into overtime but couldn't close. I think the Danes would be disappointed because it was probably the only point in that whole series in which they looked like they were being threatened or they were being tested. Otherwise, it was a really clean series from them.
Yeah, maybe not necessarily the most perfect squad in the world, but really what team is, unless your name is Vitality. For Ecstatic, I think that there's a lot that they can do in terms of working an advantage against the Fnatic side, because as you mentioned before, Dweg, we've seen what this team can look like, this 5-man unit, this whole defined squad that's been around in its formation for a very, very long time at this point. Back in January of this year is where the 5-man unit came together. So they've got a lot of consistency and cohesion around each other. The team should play like its own own style of game. I think we saw a lot of that in that Zero Tenacity series yesterday. And for Fnatic, we're still betting in a fifth player. Would that mean that Ecstatic take a slight edge in this kind of series?
I think so. I will say that Fnatic have a little bit of a better map pool just with how the instabans play out for them. But yeah, if you're looking at a team that's a lot more cohesed together, of course they're going to have a slight edge over the Fnatic side. But you've got to remember, you've still got Blame F on that team. You've still got Crims. They're going to be hungry to try and get back to the tier 1 atmosphere. And the idea that you've got one best of 3 to do it, that's oftentimes what brings out the best out of those experienced players.
And we have seen the best when it comes to Fnatic taking on Ecstatic in previous editions. We'll come back to that in a second though, Dwight, because we've got Veto's coming up on the screen. The Valbans and Mirage and Nuke. I wonder if Train could get picked in, and indeed it is by the Ecstatic side. We saw Fnatic having a pretty wild time over on that map against Sparta yesterday, so some shared territory in terms of the opening days. Inferno and Ancient will be the second map picked in by Fnatic, and Ancient, of course, the decider if we have to get there. Dwight, how do we feel about this Veto?
Well, it's a bit of an unusual veto. I said that Fnatic have the edge because their permaban is Nuke. Now that makes it a little bit more tricky for Ecstatic, doesn't it? Because for the Danes, they've only got 2 maps that they can pick. It's either Inferno or it's Train. Now, considering that Train is the highest picked map in the pool for Fnatic, I'm surprised that it's almost gotten reverse. You've got a Train pick and an Inferno pick, but not by the teams that you've seen. So this is where we know the map pools are very similar between both of these squads. I look at how Inferno played out yesterday for Ecstatic. It was quite comfortable. I'm sure there may have been a bit of a realization about what went wrong against Zero Tenacity out there on Train. Maybe the new changes on the map especially have sort of given them a little bit more of an idea of what worked prior the update and what works now. So I'm excited for Train to start off the series.
Yeah, it looks like it could be a very exciting series in general when you think about the way that the maps have played up for Fnatic, especially, right? Obviously, you talk about Train being most played map in the pool. Inferno's got a number of good wins on it at the exact same time. So with their home territory in mind, like, there's a lot of potential, at least on paper, for Fnatic to make this one look good for themselves. It's a case of how Ecstatic are going to bring that competitiveness around them here. A part of me feels like this is a series that should go 3 maps on paper, at least from the outset. But that Veto does add a bit of a curveball into that prediction in my eyes.
I mean, something to also consider is that Fnatic had the option of going into something like Dust 2, but why would you then pick into a map where you picked it yesterday and you've at least got Cypher in the system? He hasn't been here very long, so he's probably not had the time in the scrims to develop the entire map pool. You're probably only testing him on a few maps that you want to try and focus on in this tournament in the next few, I would say, days or even next week of competition. So the idea that you're playing Train again, that's only going to be more comfortable for the Brit. Getting into a map that you played yesterday and now get to play again today.
At this point, you want to bet in comfortability above all else of Fnatic, because they are coming in a weakened state. Even though we are going to look at this match as being a real close affair and a down-to-the-wire kind of game, at the end of the day, Fnatic only their second official with Cypher in the roster. And this is therefore a bit of a sore spot for them. And Ecstatic will look to try and exploit that. If they've been doing their homework, if they've been watching what they can watch, even though Sparta is not exactly the biggest team in terms of competition, you want to try and identify any of those mistakes that might have been plausible. We saw Cypher having a bit of a slow start in that series yesterday, even though it wasn't a major issue for Fnatic. Is that something that Ecstatic might use towards their favour today?
I would actually probably say the reverse. I think if Fnatic watch back that Ecstatic series, they'll see that Nut was struggling in terms of the B anchor role. I thought he was being punished quite a lot from Namada and the boys. So I would say there was probably more mistakes to pick up on from the Danes' point of view than perhaps what happened on the other side for Fnatic.
Well, this could be game of the tournament. Fnatic, Ecstatic, who you backing?
I'm going to go 2-1 Ecstatic in this best of 3.
I think I might just join you right there. Fnatic still need to get a little bit more behind their 5-man roster for me to truly believe in them at this stage. But maybe this could be the series that decides it all. Winner almost certainly will make their way into the closed qualifier of Blast Open London. The Pistols are live for our second semi-final.
Very passive from Ecstatic. They're watching out from Pop. They're watching down from A ramp out there to the Heaven position, just to see if there was any aggression. Now, last time we saw the T-side pistol yesterday on Train, it was Christo that got the couple of opening kills out there to the Brown Holes in terms of aggression. This time, they cut off Crims, but they don't accelerate with it. They hold back and they wait.
Good starting frags, draw first blood on the Unlaced part. You mentioned him being a key star man for Ecstatic in yesterday's proceedings. See whether we can continue out on that particular trend against Fnatic as well. 1 man down, 2 on the A bomb site, which Fear and Jambo can combine. The Ukrainian duo holding the defensive, allowing Cypher to rotate up with 2 picks of his own on the back of the bomb site. Nut in a 1 versus 3. Good flick on the Cypher's head. He drops the Brit, but now needs to recover the bomb and get 2 more picks out of it. Blame have just been seen close here. Isolated to another fight, but where is Fear? Nut has no idea Rotation is going to push. The man is going to regress, and Nutnuts being flanked. He has no idea. Noise made by the USP, almost bottles it, but keeps it held together to bring home the pistol for Fnatic.
Well, considering that Ecstatic had the opening man advantage, they put a molly down towards Zed Connector. It didn't pull much of an over-rotation, did it? We saw movement, but Fear was still out there in camera. You still had that crossfire towards the back of the bomb train. And then Cypher to rotate out and get 2 kills after Jambo falls. This was the important double from Cypher.
And certainly not slow to start in this one. Pivotal to the pistol of the Fnatic side, who will give no bomb plant bonus over to Ecstatic either, so no major forces into the second. This allows Fnatic a chance to start to bed themselves in with the confidence and on a little bit of reflection as well. We've only seen one series between these two sides, the two cores at least, back in February, and you could kind of say that it was a bit of the opposite of what we have today, where Ecstatic only recently bringing Syrah in at that particular period. Now Fnatic only recently bringing in Cypher, so a chance to maybe return against what was a 2-0 at the time for Fnatic.
Well, just to give you an idea in terms of the roster changes of these two organizations, Jay, Ecstatic have made 2 this whole year. One of them was benching Nixon towards the start, getting in Syrah from TSM, and then recently bringing in Manx as the trial coach. I look at the Fnatic side, they got rid of, Keita, the head coach at the end of last year. They got rid of Body, they got rid of Nork, they brought in Fear, they brought in Bermalov, they bring in Castle, Bermalov then goes, they bring in Jambo, Castle then goes, Matty's now gone to G2, Cypher's come over from BC Game, Independent's now been promoted to the head coach. It's one side that's made almost nothing against one team that has constantly been trying to make changes.
Very active in the transfer market are Fnatic. Sometimes by their own volition, sometimes having no choice in saying the matter. Having no choice of Fierce casualty in this round is getting a little bit concerning with the pistols rushing out the B-bomb site, the A-bomb site I should say, but fortunately Jammo and Crims get to the scene in time. They should hold down the last line of offense. Syrah will try and push on and grab another pick out of the round, but he hasn't got the bomb with him, so holding on to the Deagle at this point, holding on to his $2,600. He does get a shot on Jambo and a rifle that he can carry forward to the next round. So a fortunate position for him to be in, as not having suffered the lack of rifles, but 2-0 on the board of Fnatic. Expensive round from coming in from Ecstatic.
I know that head-to-head was a while ago between these two squads, but it was competitive, and maybe it gives you a vibe and an idea of what to predict and what to expect today. The idea that Fnatic got a 2-0, though, with Bermalov in the team. And I think if you look at all the AWPers that Fnatic have represented for the last maybe 12 months, 24 months, that was easily the weakest one. So the idea that they still don't even get tested to a third map, the Danes want business today. They want to try and prove themselves wrong.
They have risen up the rankings of Tier 2 so quickly. And what a way to establish themselves back in the upper echelons. They can qualify for Blast Open London. Especially the close qualifier at that. Jambo has other plans with Cypher's SMG also right behind him. Both players push up Pump Dog, peak Brown Halls, and maintain a 5-on-3 to their efforts.
This is looking promising right now from the Fnatic side. AK out, 1-for-1 swing. Fear can now upgrade towards the rifle, and Jambo's getting a big backstab. Now, they know that he was out there towards Pops. They'll probably start expecting later in the round that there is a stab coming in towards T-Con.
Fear will try trade blows with the bomb carrier, but only damage being done towards the CT side there. Their backstab going to close in more so. Bomb plant secured to the back of the train, and Crims will at least be able to calm that over. He had a decent idea with the sound cue. Syrah covered by smoke. Did he see Jambo? I think he might have done. Hearing the footsteps, Jambo's going to get isolated by Christo, so we're back to a 3-on-3. Fear makes it down to 2 for Ecstatic. Crims leans in, Syrah gets his kill. Crims returns, it's all on Christo now. Backed up in Zen. Hearing one set of footsteps. Did he hear the second man as well? He might have done. Flame going to go for the big old search. Crims with the defuse kit on him. The tap and stick the whole thing. First player heard footsteps. Second player with the tap of the defuse. Kill found on Flame. Crims with pressure for time. And the push forward from Christo may have just stalled for enough of it. Indeed, his sacrifice successful. Ecstatic are on the board.
Well done there from the Ecstatic side. There's just not a lot of movement from them in the post plant. They're holding some tight crossfires. No one's over-facing. Fnatic have got the 2 vets in Crims and Blame F to try and search, find for the last player. Tap the bomb, draw the fight, but lose both of them. And remember how key some of the clutches were yesterday for Ecstatic. When they took on that Z10 side, we had that real big 1v2 from Anlay on Train. We had some nice clutches going down on Nuke. And it just felt that every time there was a 1vx situation presenting, it looked calm, it looked comfortable, it looked on.
Huge opportunity opening up for Ecstatic with a broken buyer back on Fnatic's part. SMGs on a couple players, one of which will turn up for Crims.
Well, they've got to stop losing fights in the brown halls and the showers, right? This is a few rounds in a row where there has been hyper-aggression. It's been either pop or from the B ramp, and they are just working opening pegs.
Number of fights lost out there yesterday on Ecstatic's part as well against Z10. Partially pivotal to the way things had transpired with how that map went to that OT and eventually the Danes' loss. And just the one casualty for now, although that could well change. Deeper Molly, Cypher, not being isolated, damage, but open space to work with, but Sarah and Nut strike back at a three-man core over towards Ivy, turn it into a 3-on-3. And try and transition their way all the way back into the B bomb side via CT spawn. Good call from Fnatic, though they've read this. And in the footsteps to confirm it. Jambo peeks in, gets very little for his trouble. Damage being done towards him by the Molotov, but Krim's pushed up, isolates one pick, looks for a second lone player of Nut, triple sequence not quite found. But that's what Jambo's there for, the backup dancer to secure the double. A third of the board of Fnatic.
There was probably a lot of criticisms going towards Crim's way over the few iterations that Fnatic have had recently. I thought towards the tail end of last year and even some of the early events in 2025, he looked weak. He was getting punished quite a lot as an anchor. But ever since they've got the taste of land, right, the idea that they went out to the Czech Republic to play the Conquest of Prague, they went out to Sweden to play Glitch Masters, we have seen an increase of form. And maybe it is the idea of getting him back against the better caliber squads, that higher level of competition.
In the higher level environment. Talk about lands and how prestigious they are in the tier 2, even the Counter-Strike base in general. Just important for your VRS, important for your performance perhaps. Not much performance to speak of for Ecstatic here with the basics of the eco, getting a couple kills out of it, but nothing that will make a difference through the round. 3 players maintain their lives on Fnatic. They are making a very good CT side here. 4-1 now. The rifles will return for the Danes, but they want to start posting up a few more. Money has been tested on the CT basis, so maybe a swing round may be coming in soon enough for Ecstatic.
Yeah, know that there's a local LAN in Romania, Jay, being held at the end of August, and Fnatic have already signed up for that one. There's some big teams involved there, NIP, Complexity, Iberian Soul, NIG, Passion UA, and the times are changing. Cypher, opening kill again, and Ecstatic just keep getting in these 4v5s every single round at the moment.
1-for-1 trades, still got Cypher trying to engage. Crim's also isolated back in the brown halls, both players extending and both going down effectively. There's a few more fights going better for the Danish squad. They might have lost Sura in the exchange, but this is a far better round out of them.
And I imagine someone like Cypher would love the opportunity to not only go to Blast Open London, but to get a chance of playing on the stage in front of the home crowd. Because let's just think about the LAN appearances he's had since 2023. Of course, everyone will remember the infamous top 8 at the Paris Major at ITB. I'd say he's been quite successful at the LANs after that as well. He went to, Mongolia with Bleed when they played at that Mesta Nomadic Masters. That was a grand final placement. And then towards the end of last year, he went out to play in Serbia for the RES Regional Champions. That was with Unpaid. That was another grand final position. He's just not had that many LANs to play. I mean, over the last few years, he's played at more Epic LANs than he has international LANs.
Nowadays, Epic LAN may well be valued rather highly at this stage, so don't take that as an insult if you are. You are right. Remember the last time UK players donned the stage at Wembley? As far back as the Face It Major in 2018 when Smoothie and Def playing in those playoffs. It was a very excited atmosphere, and I imagine a guy like Cypher would love to be in that position. And Jambo may well be facilitating that at this stage. Syrah cut down again in the opening frag. Started to lose a few different opening duels. Fnatic again on the start. Ecstatic traded well in the previous, but there are no overextensions this time.
But TMB is getting out-called right now against some of this hyper-aggression. We're seeing constant takes of map control for the CT side, and Ecstatic have not found an answer. And Christo, here's the double swing coming in from Ivy. Cypher up close, Fear a little bit further behind. Christo gets away with one, but he's going to drop here to Fear, so it's an easy trade for the in-game leader.
Tried to run, but couldn't get away in time. Swing from Jambo goes right, so back to a 3-on-3 we go. Fear trying to get on top of the bomb train, but that jump's going to reveal his position. Counter into the block of Zed. TMB caught in the open, but Fear couldn't adjust towards the man. Now Crimson Blame have a lot of thinking to do. They're both grouped up and in positions to potentially try for something outside of Con, but nothing presenting by Ecstatic. A smoker's in the way as well.
Well, I think it's been quite frustrating for Fnatic in a couple of these rounds where they've had opening picks, but then they've lost it to the mid portion of the default. And Crims is searching, but nothing's being presented. And this is going to be a save, and this is going to be a third round for Ecstatic. So I'm sort of looking at how the Danes are playing right now, and I'm thinking if they can just strengthen the first maybe 15 to 20 seconds, not give away opening casualties, not just give away players going down onto low HP, I think they're going to have quite a successful T-side line.
Well, they've strengthened up here in this round for now. Two players make their way out alive. Did have a number of struggles to get to that position though. Good trading game on Fnatic. Of course, they found the opening pick, but it was that kill with TMB that really made it plausible for the Ecstatic side. One rifle saved over, but not enough cash for Fnatic to buy around it. It will be upgrades. Couple of HEs of Fear and Cypher, Deagle on Crims, 5-7 on Jambo, that's it.
A bit of a slow start for Blame F. Highest rated player in the tournament, highest rated player on train in the last 3 months. He's doing alright to get the Hero M4 into one, and this might actually turn into a bit more.
And then Crims and Blame F gets another one as well. TMB down, Unlay's low. And that potential that Ecstatic had gained is now seeming to be wiped off the board. Unlay getting one pick back at least, and they've still got eco pistols with no Kevlar across those individuals. Only Blame with a helmet, and he still fights well against Nut. Now they know exactly where the last player is. Low HP for him. Caught by Blame on a Quadra, and well, he was the hero with a hero rifle.
Well, he gets himself in a position where that new back box position just on the edge of camera, it facilitates a very strong sight line towards T-Con. Now, if there's enough distraction around you, you can get players not even looking at you. And I think with the idea that there was, what, 2 towards Electric, another player out there towards the sandwich position of Cypher, there's just so much going on with the USPs and the Deagle, and it made it just so easy for Blame F. I mean, looking at the kills, he's just spamming through the smokes. He's done excellent work.
Ecstatic struggling on T's side here. I think struggling to maintain that consistency. The round difference is still a margin of 2. Just nothing to speak of for TMB, who's cut down in an instant. Another open pick, this time on the AWP. Cypher, 2 players finding T-Con, only as one of them. Wasn't expecting Syrah to also be there. Advantage still sits with Fnatic though.
Fear just hugging the edge of the Ivy smoke while the AWP wraps the other side. Fear is getting a bit of a crossfire from his teammate. Syrah gets one. Fear trying to swing into the angle, and Nut gets the trade back. They'll know that Jambo was somewhere towards Ivy, but they don't exactly know where he's repositioned to.
Now, once again, this mid-round going well for Ecstatic. Now, can they find the closers here? Bomb was dropped outside of Ivy, so Jambo's going to cover off the entry path for Nut. Backup of Crims is also going to rotate in the AWPer. Standing to attention and connects his shot. Nut down. Syrah trades. Crims has got all the info he needs, and Syrah's making no qualms about where he's going either. Grab that bomb. Hasn't got time for the full rotation back through Ivy, and Crims will know this. Veteran experience. Hugs that corner, takes his man. Will also grab the AWP for minimum 6 on Fnatic.
Unfortunately for both BlameF and Crims, they're kind of the 2B players at the moment. Crims is your anchor, BlameF is your rotator, so you can start 2B, rotate him out to con. This hasn't been action towards a B site for a very long time. It's been quite heavy towards the T-Con area, out here towards Ivy. So it's almost been Crims needing to late round, be in rotation rooms to be involved in the clutches, or otherwise just be saving. Very good clutch. Ecstatic, 3-6 down, and I get the feeling that there's just a little bit more spark towards Fnatic at the moment, a little bit more X factor behind them.
Yeah, I can concur. And the activity they're taking in the brown halls just is even more evidence towards that. SMG got plenty of cash to gain out for BlameF, only a couple of kills found. Crims would be ready not to lose that M4 towards the T-side line, but able to isolate each of those fights and keep it all held together. A little bit of bonus cash for BlameF so they can really set themselves up for the last 2 rounds of the half. Ecstatic, their best case scenario is a 5-7 deficit if they win this round and the next. Fnatic gunning for a 9-3 half, which really would put paid to what was Ecstatic's map pick.
And coming into this best of 3, just mentioned that Blame was the highest rated player of the tournament. Well, Anlay second and Jambo is third. At the moment, though, Anlay 5-8, hasn't had the best of showings. Jambo 8-6. It's Crims, the B-site anchor, that's 15-5. Anlay aggressively trying to get into Pop, but without a teammate. This is a solo mission.
Cypher's got backup on the other side of Pop. Flash in, he's blind and he's dead. Cypher from BlameF, well placed. Sierra can strike back with an aggressive Jambo. Again, it's the overextensions that give up the ghost for Fnatic. Recovered these rounds regardless, but not against Christo and TMB. Christo credited for both of the kills, but he's brought it into a 2 versus 4. Favor Ecstatic heavily at that.
Fear can't do much around this smoke. Try and get on the edge, try and isolate too. Crims is smoked off in Pop, and he doesn't know if he's being held. Ecstatic, it is crazy how many rounds they have won from a 4v5 disadvantage. Because I would say a good team in Tier 2 probably has anywhere between an 80 and 85 round win percentage of 4v5s. And we have seen quite a few been returned by this Ecstatic organization today.
Bremen's going to go for it. He's got 1 round left in this half, other than this one, and you've got money to buy, so he's going to try an unlikely, unorthodox, risky CT play, but nothing comes of it as Sierra puts him down. By the number of first Fs he's had, still 13-9 on his kill counts, becoming the star of Ecstatic, at least in the limited capacity that they can get a star out of. It's important to their 4th and maybe required for a 5th round on T.
Sierra just holding for the aggression out towards A main, and then the Pop players come in with 2. And Fnatic would have felt that that should have been the 8th, and then set themselves up for the 9th, but not to be. Ecstatic want to try and see if they can end this first half on a high note.
Orpa set in brown halls. TMB is the rifle that pops out first, and Jambo instant kill for it. Fear gonna sneak through Pop Dog as well, not being watched. Christo Shadows gonna give himself away, but he gets the kill regardless. Orpa's paradise, it seems, in this round. 1-for-1 trades on both Jambo and Christo. The 4v4.
Well done from Christo. That's not an easy shot at all. And Fear would have felt as if he had a freebie there with the Shadow. Cypher not seeing any rear aggro out from T-Con, not seeing any movement from Pop. But the read is misleading. They are going to completely give this B-bomb site Fnatic.
Crims leans forward. Cypher goes first in contact, gets 1 kill, 2 kills, not quite a 3rd. Sierra's brought it into a 2v2, grabs that bomb and rotates back with Unlay. B-site is the target, no one's there to fend it off of Fnatic.
Yeah, BlameF still has quite decent util. They've got both a smoke, an incendiary, and a HE for the retake. This looks promising from that point of view.
And they're moving up. Orp of Jambo still worried this is all a ruse, but that bomb plant's going to come down, it's going to confirm what we already know. Fnatic being suppressed. I don't even think they're aware of BlameF. They're about to become very aware though. Burst forward, shot connects. And last man in the brown halls. Flashes into Telegraph, they're coming out from Zed. He's got 2 flashes, no Molotovs for the bomb plant position. Do this the hard way. BlameF being heard. He's got the kit. Only man with the kit. Incendiary. Drives unlaid back. They would have heard that tag. Gonna go right down towards Ram. The AWP will cover. BlameF better go on that defuse right now. Drop down. AWP holds. Time's running out. He connects it. And it's all good in the hood of Fnatic. 8-4 CT side. Four rounds to the good. Fnatic now take to the attacking half. Ecstatic could well be their chance to start to build up some decent rounds if they've done enough to give themselves a shot here on Train.
Well, it depends on how the pistol round goes down. Fnatic won 3 out of 4 pistols yesterday versus Sparta, and now with the pistol round to start off the half, if they make it 2 for 2, that might just be the golden ticket.
Pistol set. Julie's on Nut. BlameF with a P250. Unlay close quarters again towards Ivy. Will push, seeing Jambo unawares of Cypher. Flash in, Bay and switch. Good anti-flash position from the Brit. He tries to get Christo as well and gets dabbed close in doing so, but 15 points of health. The man is alive as a Jambo on 44. 5 on 4 on Fnatic.
A great start from Cypher, and he might even be on for more in this round.
Dindini gets Christo finishing with Robbie started. BlameF caught one more. Cypher, a triple secure. Nut. All alone, does find that one pick, but now revealed to Fnatic. On and back on the Train. Drop off will be heard. Fear can make his move. Stabilize the shot, doesn't quite do so, but Jambo's still there in support. And a Fnatic 9th round will come down. Pistol win and all. That's 2 for 2 in this map.
And you're right about the anti-flash that began out there from Ivy, how much easier that made it for Cypher. Now, funny enough, Jay, Christo once played with Cypher when standing in with Into the Breach back in March of 2022, alongside Adam9130, Dobbo, and Tadpole. And even better, it was against Fnatic, which at the time had Alex, Mezzy, Crims, Pepzor, and Poison.
Very different times, to say the least. Jambo mowing through TMB, as you just saw the 1xBet odds on screen as well. Fnatic given heavy favoritism now that they've started to run away with Ecstatic's own mad pick. T-side confidence established. A CT hero-ish buy, kind of a false buy, but Christo's still on $1,600. Nut 5-7 solo holding the B-bomb site. Sees Crims can't take that one pick. Aware of Jambo, but Cypher still holds heaven. And Fear gets Christo as well in the Brown Halls. 4 on 2. Fnatic are still full control.
Ecstatic have been pumped in the opening map of the series, and that's always one of the scares, is that if Train is coming out and it's the highest picked map for both teams in a best of 3, it might just come down to on-the-day performance, right? Who's feeling it at the right moments, who's taking those key clutches, sort of accelerating themselves with the momentum of the match. Ecstatic, unfortunately, got themselves hard done by losing way too many opening picks in the first half, lacked consistency because of it, and then losing both pistols, losing both anti-force buys. It means from a scoreline perspective, you just don't really have the rounds to play with.
The pressure builds on Ecstatic. Fnatic seeming to win by X Factor almost alone. Coordination and star power that we saw from Ecstatic yesterday has seemingly gone missing in many different areas here. Zero seems to be the only one that's really posting up numbers at the moment. Saw a player on 2 kills as well for their side. That's TMB. It's a far cry from the 16 frags, the 14 frags, the 12 frags, the Fnatic's players. At least the nades can do some damage and eventually take down Fear, so it's a small start. But that's all their utility gone as things stand.
And the issue is they don't have much to back it up, do they? They've got an MP9 and armor from Syrah, but everybody else, it's all been used. They haven't gone in for the upgrades. Crims clearing out this E-box sightline. TMB gets a dink off, so there's a little bit of a scare, but not much in terms of a round victory just yet.
Now they got Chris, though. It seems like the chances have slipped past Ecstatic, as thin as they were to begin with. TMB's expected to get all these kills in the USP. Not going to happen. Easy 50 close range for Nut. Backstabs coming in from said MP9 and Syrah. Might be looking for exit frags right here because there's just no way Ecstatic have a real possibility of breaking back into this bomb site.
Now, even though both of these teams have played the exact amount of best of threes in the last 3 months on HLTV at 27, or 23 I should add, the difference is playing officials recently. I know that they were both at Glitch Masters, Jay, but for Fnatic, they still had the Exort Proving Grounds event. They had the Pro League closed qualifier recently. Ecstatic have just had their opening game against Z10 yesterday, and that's been it for, what, nearly 2 months?
We talked about ring rust and match sharpness in yesterday's proceedings, and I thought that that was going to be enough in that best of 3 against Z10 to have proven that that really wasn't a factor for Ecstatic, but I might be proven wrong with the way things are going down against Fnatic. Can't even get the exit frag of the suicide peak of Syrah. At least he can get back to the rifles, like the rest of Ecstatic right here, but you've got 7 rounds to make up on Fnatic's part. You'd be damn near perfect at 11-4 as well. Only 2 for Fnatic to take the W.
And Manx is going to be extremely frustrated with the performance from his boys. A lack of tactical timeouts from Ecstatic across both the first half and now even transitioning into the second. Anti-rush util. TMB wants to go aggressive to fight T-Con.
Gets flash blinded though, so he's dead to rights instantly. BlameF with 2 kills. The Molotov frag on Syrah. Anlay just crossfired against his Jambo. Pops out a pop dog. Christo can get 1 trade back, desperately looking for the player at Olof, but can't connect him. Cypher catches him on a reface. Nuts all alone. Fnatic have dismantled Ecstatic. Nut can fight all he wants, but it will all be in vain. Map point for the international squad.
Incredible showing individually from Fnatic. Everyone has been able to produce a lot of good delivery in terms of opening kills, multi-frags. I mean, right there for BlameF. He's being hit by util, flashes, and he still gets a double entry. Just so clean with it.
Taking Ecstatic this long to call in a tactical timeout. I think it's a little bit too late for that here. Because you're right, Fnatic have just been out-fragging them, out individually, decimating them. Ecstatic have found no such stars to respond, no such tactic to counter.
I was just thinking as well, Jay, I wonder if that RES regional champions I mentioned earlier where Cypher got a 2nd place in, do you reckon that may have been one of the events that at least put him on the radar for Fnatic? Because at the time, I mean, all of those players were kind of available, right? They were under no organisation. They played each other at that tournament. And Fnatic, they got, what, top 4? Cypher ended up going to the final.
It's a possibility. Imagine that with Independent being the assistant coach of Fnatic and leading up until his promotion, would have had some players on his radar.
I know that Ross R is there as well. I'm not exactly sure what he does at Fnatic, but he is part of the organisation.
He definitely does some sort of data analysis, because I've talked to him before and he has so many data points about players that, yeah, he's definitely doing something back there. BlameF strikes on Syrah first. Christo tries to lean forward. Cypher's going to try and take point on Fnatic. Damage being done to BlameF. Cypher sneaking out to Source Hell. He's going to be able to find so much right here. With Christo dead, open access towards that player outside of Pop Dog. Cypher gets his 17th and 18th kills of the game. Top fragger on Fnatic. Maybe the extent to number 19. Doesn't quite do so, but not again an unwinnable clutch. He'll go down just as quickly. 13-4. Domination from Fnatic.
Well, I think they're hungry to qualify to last open and hungry to qualify in a 2-0 fashion. That was a slapping. That was a really good result from Fnatic. And you could just feel in the first few gun rounds of that entire train that they were just on it. And players were winning duels really quickly. We were seeing a lot of individual ability at a good level. Whereas for Ecstatic, they struggled to adapt. They really never found comfortability at all. And they got completely outclassed on their map pick.
Yeah, they really did, and that is the easiest way to break it all down. It was just like outclassing. Fnatic were the better team as individuals. They were the better team overall. They came in sharp. They came in with X Factor. And we saw those things from Ecstatic yesterday, but we haven't seen them today. And today is where it really counts. This matchup seems like it's going to be the qualifier, and we just haven't seen them. They've gone out with a whimper on their own map pick, and now moving into Inferno. I said earlier with that map veto process, with the win rates on Fnatic's part, you've got two very strong maps to start things off with. You're going into your own home territory now.
Yeah, indeed. And this is oftentimes the chance where you say, okay, well, it's a bit of redemption. I think we certainly saw in the Z10 series, Train was disappointing, but the other two maps were really solid. The factor is today, this was a big disappointment. This was a much larger scale than what we saw in that best of three. So it may just be the case that you can't return, that you can come in with a fresh mindset, but a Fnatic side are just looking too strong in this best of three today.
I think you've hit the nail on the head with the definitions right there. It was a bit of not so much of a letdown, but like a bit of a weak point in yesterday's series on Train for Z10. Today, however, pure disappointment. And now we might move to that Inferno, where, yes, they did turn that series around yesterday. Fnatic, a very, very different beast on their own map pick. We're going to head to a break, and we'll see whether we'll end things off in 2 when we return. Underwhelming disappointment is the only way you can describe Ecstatic on their own map pick of Train. I guess we could have seen the risk coming given the win rates that Fnatic have and the play rates they have on that map up, but unfortunately it went down 13-4, and that's the end of Ecstatic's own map pick. Inferno's up next, and I have some serious worries now because, again, Fnatic, they have a good win rate on this map. They picked into it for a very good reason.
And we always judge teams coming out of a play season where we haven't seen them play a few tournaments. For Ecstatic, this is now 2 best-of-3s in a row in which they've lost their map pick. And it's like, well, what's going on? I mean, Train was your #1 map in the pool before you went into the player break. It's been very successful for you. And then all of a sudden, you're just getting 2 losses in a row, one today that you didn't even perform at. So I look at Inferno. Yeah, it's a good map for both teams. Ecstatic just haven't been here to play at all in this best-of-3.
Yeah, and when you consider that, the fact that this map is obviously, when you take a look at a map that's good for both sides and you go from one map that's already also good for both sides, you have to take into account what Ecstatic have proven so far over the course of the day, and unfortunately that is very, very little. You can certainly take a look back at yesterday to see what they did against Z10 and say, right, well, there's an opportunity for them to turn it around because they did do that. They did take Z10's map pick. They did take the 3rd map in that series. But just this, Fnatic is a very different beast to Zero Tenacity. Like, these are 2 top-end Tier 2 teams playing in today. Zero Tenacity, maybe you can make a conversation about their potential to be in the top end of Tier 2 space, but I don't think they're there quite yet. So the level is much more staunch for Ecstatic, and now it becomes a lot more difficult to argue that they can win out this Inferno for me.
Now, something that we did see Ecstatic do a good job at yesterday on their city side of Inferno is their utility usage towards Banana. We had Madden and Namana just try to force Banana control, and they're just getting peppered by anti-rush util, by spams, by aggressive challenges. So that might be something that Fnatic can reflect on in that series yesterday and think about how they want to try and challenge Banana, whether they want to sort of retake it a little bit more, take it a bit more passively. Anlay in particular played very well. Also, Christo towards long and short with the AWPs in the rotator role. He was quite consistent. So I'm keen to see whether Ecstatic can show up a little bit more here now.
Gonna need to see else they could become crashing out of the RES Showdown and therefore eliminated from a chance to compete in the Blast Open London closed qualifier. Jambo, first port of call of Fnatic, straight in. Julie sets of Unlay, comes up against Jambo, goosed down by the returning player, but first blood has been drawn for Ecstatic.
Oh, good flash into brackets, excellent timing. Blame F not being done at all. Nut trying to deal with the lurk out towards the apartments. It is falling apart completely.
Now 1 round left all of a sudden in fear as Crims goes down as the latest casualty, picked up on Zero for the double. And Ecstatic will claim a very, very nice pistol and already a positive sign to get back in the map too.
Well, I'm keen to follow Blame F and Jambo in terms of their form, because I'm looking at the last 3 months on HLTV when it comes to this map. You've got Blame F that's averaging a 1.29 rating and Jambo at a 1.28. We're talking about a star rifler and a very capable AWPer. Once we start getting into the gun rounds, it is going to be those 2 that make a huge amount of difference in both the first half and the second half.
We've got a good start. Fnatic forcing the issue, and there come those nades. TMB and Unlay combining for Jambo becomes the damage sponge to start off the map up. We can also hold the crossfires against the 3 players that push forward at the half wall. Taps away the Julie's getting feared at 2 points of health. Very confident stuff for Ecstatic. Exactly how they wanted the second round to go down in the way.
Fear just trying to see if he can get away with 1 before falling, but that's unlikely. Ecstatic have 2 very clean rounds back to back, and there's a little bit of a rivalry between these 2 organizations just because we're talking about some ex-teammates. You'll remember, Jay, that Blame F and Christo played together at that Alyssa Masters Espo event in 2022 on Astralis. They ended up going up against Fnatic in the semi-finals, and at the time Astralis had Glaive, Mistar and Zipnix, and then Fnatic had Pepzor, Nikodos, Roy, Mezzi and Fasha. Crims wasn't able to attend that event, and that was the one that Fnatic went on to win.
Now they stand on opposite ends of the board, with Fnatic still being the consistent element here. Enemies of both players in a past life, and now aligned by one of them. Sarah strikes against said enemy well enough. It's all pistols across the board of Fnatic, a harder eco. The moneyline back together to buy back into rifles in the next. Ecstatic get away with their 3-0 start. And well, look, you're looking for signs of positivity, something that might give them the chops that they need, the necessary composure to re-establish some sort of comeback or return on their opponent's map pick. Well, This is the foundations as such.
And maybe it comes down to the scoreline at the turn. I mean, when they took on Z10, they were able to get a 9-3 half on both map 1 and on map 3. It was only the struggle on their own map pick. At the moment, Fnatic have not had an opportunity to get the rifles in, so this is now the first. Fnatic need to start getting a bit of a gauge on how they can deal with some of these aggressive moves, because they know that there's still a bonus in play. And TMB not even wanting to upgrade that Mach 10, want to keep it in play.
Cristo tries to prod forward, but Crims is ready for him. Straight headshot, straight advantage. 2 players per bomb site with a lot of presence on TMB. Jambo can take him down. Counter utils there for Unlay, but lone player to defend. Cypher getting nut elsewhere. And Sira's going to rotate back to try and hold off this bomb site. Does get 2 kills with Unlay support. Bomb being dropped, but Blame F holds onto both. And Fnatic are on the board.
Oh yeah, sharpness on point in the first gun round from Fnatic. You've got Cristo that makes the right action. As an AWPer, especially when you're 3-0 up, you want to keep the positivity high, you want to be searching, you want to be making sure that impact is required early in the round, and instead, Crims is posted on the angle, and then everyone just starts hitting immediate headshots, whether it be the Apps lurk or out here towards B. It's another sick round from Blame F in particular.
2 to make up still. Static. Early doors of this matchup. Hold the lead. Can they extend it? Not with Blame F has anything to say about that. He does find Unlay, but Unlay's Molotov can take it to return. So, Cristo and Co going to chime back with Static, but they will do so. Cypher being found elsewhere towards the mid brackets. Control TMB tagged heavily on the escape route towards the B-bomb site. Going to back off, play passive, call for backup.
It's surprising how aggressive this game has been. I mean, even when we think about the first few gun rounds on Train, we were getting a lot of opening picks within the first 25, 30 seconds. And Inferno's quite a slow map, but we are getting contest everywhere. Brackets, top banana, apartments, jewels just being created, and Cristo gets baited off of the sight line.
Second face, not so much though. Shot on Crims, reducing Fnatic to 2 men, Jambo and Fear. Both being tagged up, Jambo more so, both having history together under Passion UA. They have the passion necessary to win this clutch. Doesn't seem like it. Fear's backing up with the bomb into the apartment. Seem to be a safe call for these 2 AKs.
Excited, get off to a bit of a flying start. You have the 3-0, lose the first gun round, but you instantly respond. The AK stays in play. You make the economy a bit awkward for the opposition. And for Fnatic, I think they got quite close to opening up that B-bomb site with the challenges that occurred against the likes of Anlay, with how low TMB was. That further extension, that little bit more of success towards top banana, and they probably just send it into B completely.
Counter-terrorists win.
And Ecstatic's lead grows once again. Fnatic on this back foot, not going to tolerate such performances. Tactical called in. It's our second of the entire series. Ecstatic called one at the very, very late stage of train. Much earlier on the part of our international squad. Recognizing that they may well fall victim to what Ecstatic did on their opens map pick. The odds at 1xBet have started to even up. Was a lot more staunch before we exited train. Fnatic still the favourites according to them.
Both of these teams participating in the last Bounty closed qualifier, and I'd say both teams have got fairly good draws. You've got a Fnatic side on the 7th of August that have to take on the Brazilians in Legacy. They had a pretty good run at the last major. And then for Ecstatic, in just a few days' time on the 5th, they're taking on Liquid. And especially online, how Liquid have been losing to VP Prodigy and losing to Sashi, that looks promising for the Danes.
Not so promising for Jambo, who's naded out immediately by Unlay. Frag found to start. And just with a couple of HEs, no contact from Ecstatic, very little by comparison been returned by the damage counts. TMB and Unlay will still put fire down range in the hopes of catching players off, but Blinded by that smoke means they're not going to yield too much.
Well, Fnatic are desperate for this gun round to be successful. Otherwise, you're looking down at the barrel of a 1-6 deficit where AKs are going to get starting to be saved en masse. Cannot afford to let that happen. Take top Banana just with the util alone, and Anlay respects it. He falls back. TMB can rotate out to spawn. Christo is playing under porch with the AWP.
Standing to attention. Ready and raring to go. Just waiting for contact to come his way. Fnatic are taking their sweet time with it, but the smoke start coming down. Longamoto blocked off. Christo can still land Cypher. Down to 3 men. Crims can strike back, but not takes 2 on the turn. BlameF all alone in the 1 versus 3. Picks up that bomb, strikes onto Not can take him, but needs to get 2 more.
It just has no util. Single flash, doesn't want to use it. Get himself out towards the big pit. He's got to try and somehow isolate both of these fights, but it looks like TMB is going to regroup. They're going to go double short together.
Watching the broken wall. No contact. Ecstatic can let this timer tick rather low. Fights to blame, now revealing himself. Flashbang still in his pouch. Utilize it here, bounces back. Might not have caught anybody from Ecstatic. Swing forward, spray does not go much further. Unlike can get the kill. TMB on the defuse in an instance. And Ecstatic will have another.
Unfortunately for Fnatic, they've just got no util to get themselves into the bomb site. They start regrouping with the Apps Lurk and 3 in brackets. They've only got 2 smokes, so there's nothing that they can do to drive off of that short player. So as soon as they swing in, they're just going to lose the fight instantly to Christo. It's decent work for Crims to at least get 1, but then you've got Nutnut out here on the balcony that just gets an easy 2, and BlameF has to basically win an impossible 1v3 with no support. Now that bomb plant and the expense of 3 kills allows a hero weapon to come in with a few upgrades, but Fnatic are off to an extremely slow start on this T side.
Well, we might have been premature to write Ecstatic off so quickly. Number 6 seems to be a guarantee. Fnatic with only the 1 AK and upgrade pistols and a half bite. And then I hand to BlameF, who with the last hero set up a Fnatic really and compounded the impact on that train. And not being given a chance here on Inferno.
Even when you look at the last 3 months on HLTV, Fnatic have a better round win percentage on their T side of Inferno at 66%, whereas their CT is under 50 right now. So if you take that into account, they should be driving for, what, 6, 7 T rounds as a par? As something, as a goal, an expectation? Not to be 1 to 5, maybe even 1 to 6 down.
Ecstatic put a lot more presence towards that B bomb site, so with the execution lining up towards A, there may be an opportunity opening up. One player in Apps also going unchecked for the most part. All eyes on brackets here for the A defenders. Start to rotate back. M4, bit awkward spray, but does line up 2 for it. BlameF can trade. Orpo stands to attention, and Christo lands his kill. Quick flick to the second, doesn't quite connect, but BlameF still tagged. Crims not really a factor with the pistol pulled out. Can get out 1 frag, but time's been stalled by Christo enough where Crims can maybe escape with the AWP at best, assuming he does do so. Runs out of ammo on the Deagle, so he goes down without any cash bonus. Fnatic situation gets worse and worse as Ecstatic take minimum 6.
Well, it's excellent composure there from Christo. When you consider that there's only 2 defenders towards A and Nutnut gets traded pretty quickly from the brackets pace, Christo just needs to stay alive and do as much damage as possible. And he gets a bit of help from the flash on the rotating player out from spawn. Just make it so uncomfortable from Crims. He's going to be down towards a Tech 9, so not getting an AK from his in-game leader. Ecstatic will feel, as of right now, they are in a driving position to probably get, what, a 9-3 half?
We were discussing it for Fnatic in the last map up. We have to discuss it now for Ecstatic, because you're right. These defaults so far have not worked out for the T side. The executions been shut down with efficiency on Ecstatic's part. Maybe not going to get caught off guard here. Indeed, the backband comes forward towards the Apps pop, but still, he gets 2 out of it. Crims and Cypher go down.
A bit of a unique setup. Get themselves the Apps pop smoke and just try and come in. Nut out there towards the grill does well for the first. Now Jambo deals with a long player. They can expect one more A player at max to try and back up Nut.
Zero 4 on Jambo's brought it back to a manageable situation. Nut at 44 needs backup. Still swings to a fight, which he damn near wins on Jambo. But 3K is the Ukrainian's name. Unlay starting to lean forward to check, but not aware of how close that AK really is. Shot to the side of the head. Moves it all on TMB, and Fnatic do recover and finally post their second round.
Well, Nut's going to be furious. With the hold that he's had to start off that round, he should be getting backed up. And Jambo just starts walking long, starts working all of those picks. Now, it's good info because once Sierra goes for that swing at Moto, he's been flashed. And with the trajectory of the flash, you know that Nut is in 2 positions. He's either big pit or he's mini pit. So as soon as you round the corner towards Moto, you're already looking into that direction. And it makes it quite difficult for the rifler. Fnatic get their second. TMB just looking for that final little exit. Pick up a bit more extra util. But Fnatic needs some consistency right now. They can't afford to have players not really delivering. Fear, yes, he's been passive, but he's been working Banana. He's 0-6. Cypher's also been working the apartments with Crims. He's 1-7. The numbers are low from some of the individuals.
Gone from lacking impact on Ecstatic to lacking impact on Fnatic. Map 1 to 2 has been so different. Again, Fnatic's map pick this one is. Not that the CT side will be complaining. Nut's got information. Locks on Crims immediately, takes the kill and dives out of the way with his teammate. No need to stick around there for Cypher.
They might not expect a second apartments lurk to be so quick, so Cypher might get a good timing on this default player of Sierra.
You heard the footsteps. Sierra's tucked away from that balcony. Teammate also involved. One man also towards long on Ecstatic's part is trying to bear down upon these brackets takers, but not much presenting now. Cypher's been discovered, he'll get smoked off. The fight from Fear finally finds a frag towards long, but Sierra's not done. Kill found on Cypher, and Fear finds Nut. Okay. Fnatic a little bit better this time.
Almost makes me wonder when we're going to see a B hit. We have not seen anything towards the B bomb site. What, they've been taking top Banana, they've maybe been putting some util down, but they're not ending B. And right now, Ecstatic will feel that that's another round in which it's a positive beginning. They've got an opening pick into the apartments, they hold on to the 5v4, they go back passively. It's Christo that's been, what I would say is the letdown in these rounds. This is back-to-back rounds where he's just lost the opening kill on the swing from brackets towards that long entrance. And then just a pure collapse. Fnatic get 3. And it's not been easy, but they are recovering this scoreline bit by bit.
Slowly but surely getting back into this T-side line. 3 more to make up to Ecstatic's lead. And of course, it won't get any easier from here on out. Ecstatic saving a couple of weapons, providing options, but still no money in reserve, or not enough money to go for a fully defined buy. Doesn't seem worth it to commit to a force or even a half invest. Just keep TMB and Unlay to do some damage. Static can still work with an 8-4 half here.
And Molly out there towards a half wall, maybe expecting some aggression to come from the CT side just because they haven't taken Banana in the last few gun rounds. Fnatic know that they can't be up against a lot, so we need to search. We need to see if there's a gamble, see where the M4s are in play. You've got a deeper flash being lined up from Sierra. That's to try and get TMB more aggressive towards Banana.
Flash forward, giving Unlay a kill. Second man known there with the USP. Decent dink damage. Nut gets away with that frag. Meanwhile, Crim's getting Christo over towards the A-bomb site. Sierra's cut down on B. The best that TMB can do now is look for a third exit frag. Maybe upgrade to an AK. Or maybe Crims can walk out with the one carry on the way. Oh, TMB just won that fight. Tanked a lot of damage though, and still 2 more fights to win.
We saw previously BlameF and Crims in a 2v1 out on train, and they weren't quite able to win that round against the clutch of Anlay. And this time around, though, with the time on their side, it is very disciplined. And Crims widening up the angle, TMB looking the other way, and the timing looked actually quite promising there for TMB, but not to be. A bit threatening for the moment, but it does go Fnatic's way in the end. And I do look at the idea that Fnatic are in the top 30 on VRS, Ecstatic are there as well. You've got this qualifier, you've got the Blast Bounty qualifier, they're going to this Romanian LAN. I wonder whether Fnatic is going to quickly be in conversation of qualifying to the next major, Jay, at Budapest. Because that's what this is all about, right? Yes, of course, it's to try and get to the Blast events and try and be successful, but it's to get yourself in a VRS position that you are ready for that invite position when the major comes around.
Now, of course, it's the grand scale of the point here. Yes, we're talking about qualifier just to the Blast Open for now, but these matches do count on VRS, and for both teams, victory over similarly ranked squad will give them quite a lot of points. Fnatic have lost their first pick into this round. Quickly up from Jammer, going to try and take the trace together. He's successful on Syrah. Second player, Nut also goes down, but Christo trades on Fig. Gets back towards Long, going to protect himself in this 3-on-3. Good flash will stall the time of the bomb plant, and the backstab from Unlay will ensure they can't make their way back in the rotations. They have to commit towards A here, and they're taking more damage.
A little bit of a gap on that right-hand side, so if Christo spams it, it will open up. And Crims is also thinking about it. Another resmoke goes down towards Moto just because of that gap.
Swing from Unlay, meanwhile, towards Shaw, gets Jambo. Smoke on site as well. 2 HEs on Crims. BlameF. Clutch and a half to make happen. First pick found, not the second. TMB immediately finds the man. And the defuse will be held together. Ecstatic have finally won the half.
And that is just a CS2 duel right there. You have got the likes of BlameF getting one on the box, tucking himself into the corner. He's almost behind a wall, and he just somehow dies from TMB. See, Valve, that would just never happen in CSGO. Fnatic will be disappointed in that one because a 3v3 post-plant looked promising, but they just lost the player out there on reverse default too quickly against the retakers.
A returning streak of Fnatic. The momentum has been neutered. They've still got one more round of the half and a full buy to boot. No warp available for Ecstatic in the meantime. Automatic weapons across their board. 2 AK save to Christo and Nut. HEs once again pepper the T side. 11 HP on Fear. Smoking, footsteps heard, blind sprays come out for Jambo. Next up, the victim of TMB. Ecstatic continuing to be kings of banana, it feels. No frags, but plenty of potential to take easy picks against the likes of Jambo. Eventually comes forward from TMB. The man advantage ensues.
The T's aren't disrespecting Banana. They're holding on to it. They're waiting for the resmoke to come. Molly down. Anlay's going to get forced out into the open. TMB needs to come here for support.
BlameF tries to fight. Runs right into Unlay inside of that cubby corner. Sprays from his teammate. Dishing damage out towards Cypher. Crims now spotted a boiler. 2 men back inbound. Saw that player at flower pots, but couldn't quite respect towards the man. HEs will dish out some damage to Syrah, but still stands up for a kill. Gets one of them before he dries. 2-man advantage on Ecstatic. Not holding out the side defensive alongside players directly on that bomb site. Flash has come forward to stall on Fnatic. Got 30 seconds left to plant this bomb. Need to commit. No saving left available. And they continue to receive nade after nade. A kill from TMB gets Crims, and Fear's got no chance of this one. 15 seconds and a straight peek from TMB makes it look good. 8-4, turn of the half, Ecstatic. Blast open London, hangs in the balance. Ecstatic clinging on to their lifeline to qualify for the event, since Fnatic are trailing behind them. It seems like map 3 is a lot more likely than at the start of proceedings. Ecstatic, a pistol win, could well return the favour of the scoreline to the opposition.
Very quick, very fast, and Fear is going to hear this. He's not backing off, though.
Takes a shot, does fall away in the end. He's all alone back here, smokes towards that cross. Going to be pretty meaningless because Fear has got so long to wait for his backup to get here. Takes at least that one kill, but finally overwhelmed with the numbers. 4v4, bomb planting quick.
He's done well to get one, and now the retake is very fast.
Out towards Church, headshots of Crims, traded by Christo. Julius the Cypher get up close and personal, but aim punch throws him off. Blame F can trade it into a 2v2 once again. TMB is low, and Christo trying to get ahead of the curve. Needs to plant that bomb soon enough, tapping it for a second time. Trying to bait further kills. Swing, seen Blame F. And Christo tries to extend the counteraction here. He could drop the bomb if he's not careful. Jambo's hot on his tail. So they've got a bit of time to play with. They group and move together, but so do Blame and Jambo. Finally, Christo goes for that plant. Should do so more permanently. Another tap. Jambo takes the chance. Knocks out TMB. And now Blame F leans up. Gets his kill. Bomb plant bonuses. All Ecstatic can walk away with. Fnatic have the pistol.
Well, Fnatic can count themselves to be quite lucky there, Jay, because there was miscommunication beyond belief. Look at that flash play. So the whole idea is Fear's got one. He's done excellent work to get one out there for Nubox when you're being surrounded like that. The flash comes in from Blame F at CT spawn, and Cypher is probably, what, half a second too early. They are so blinded by that flashbang out from Coffin. So whether it was the comm of when Cypher was going or when the flash was coming through, Ecstatic should have been able to punish further because of that mistake that Fnatic made.
Three rounds to the good, still for Ecstatic's favour. Bomb plant bonus enabling the Force Spy to come through for them. Haven't done much to change 1x bet's favour, still favouring Fnatic. There'll be a map win might start to change those minds, and they are closer to it than the opposition. 5 rounds may need to begin now, or in the rifles that will be inbound on the 7-8 scoreline instead.
Nut fast to get flashed up towards short, but there's no commit just yet. Now, Ecstatic won 4 out of 6 pistol rounds versus Zero Tenacity yesterday. Currently, they are 1-4 for the series against Fnatic. You've gone from being very successful to now struggling. Resmoke out towards the half wall. HE placement from Anlay in case the CT's retake. Not a lot of movement in terms of searching, though. Fear and Cypher are hanging back passively, and they've still got more util to block.
Cypher has a smoke. Fear gets a kill. TMB down, quick forward to Nut. Gets 2 kills out of his own mag 10. Blame F. First responder for Fnatic, but Molotov's coming his way. He's charging forward regardless. He's able to find 1 pick, 2 picks, but holds off the trigger for Sira's peak, who turns it into a 2v2. Nut's low. Sira's got to do the majority of the work here for Ecstatic. Swung upon by Crims, gets his burst, quickly deals with Nut. An Ecstatic, valiant effort, but not to be.
Oh, well, Ecstatic have to buy again there. I can't believe Ecstatic have lost that post plant when, again, there's so much util going on towards Banana. The Anchors struggled. Fear only gets 1. Cypher has had a bit of a poor map out here on Inferno. He gets nothing. He's just completely blinded there in spawn. But if you are Ecstatic, you're thinking, lads, we're just trying to get the bomb down. We are supporting the construction entrance because of the util. We put a molly down, they run through it. We put another molly down, they nearly run through it. We put a smoke down, then they run through it again. I mean, it's mental what Blame F and Crims are doing there on the retake.
Just keeping it going. Ecstatic can't outplay pace like that. But they can buy again, you can see it. 2 rifles this time. Only 1 mag 10 though, a couple of Tech 9s in from TMB and Unlay. Can't afford the full mainstay weapons to get all the utility back out. But the reset chance is too good not to risk it if you are the Danes. HE's down towards top of Banana. Molotovs will drive Fear back. Counter incendiaries will be there for Cypher though. That will push Ecstatic away the same.
Cypher is waiting for a flashbang return from Fear. All about the timing on this one. At what point does the flash get pulled?
One flash comes in against Cypher out in the open. A peek that reveals nothing. Counter smoke. They're going to try pushing through smoke to their own. Flashbangs keeping Fleer blinded. Cypher gets the kill on Unlaser to start. Still famous Fnatic. Molotov to the back of new box and still not picks him up. Smoke comes down. Fear's spray. Wild and blind. Not connecting to anything. Bomb plant will be secured. HP still questionable on both sides.
Watch out for the double incendiaries on the retake. One should go to new box. One should go towards dark. And then one of the smokes should go down towards top banana.
Grims is focusing on his smoke first. Out towards banana. Incendiaries do come in towards dark first. That will force Nut in the open. Still Syrah and Nut actually line up all three of those kills. Perfect placement. And everyone's down on Fnatic except for BlameF. Stick around for exit frags. Not even get any of those. Ecstatic have found the steal, the counter reset they're looking for.
Well, it's funny that we had Fnatic targetizing so much towards A in the first half, and now Ecstatic targeting so much towards B. Get yourself in a position there where the anchors are struggling. Fear's on 4 kills, Cypher's on 3. They're not going 1-for-1 against one another. It's always been the retake that's helped them out. And right there, we see Cypher getting away with 1. Fear just being completely blinded. Probably needed the M4 to get 1 more. Let's have a look at it from Nut. Mollied out. There is a huge lineup. Unfortunate timing there from Fnatic in the rebuy. I mean, it looks weak. Jambo's got a rifle. BlameF has got one, but that's it.
Kind of back-breaking round that could give Ecstatic the map win.
Even Fear's not buying a pistol or armor. He's instead just invested into a little bit of util.
It's double eco status for the majority of players, so there won't be a buy in the next round. He's probably saving for a greater rifle in the round after that. Ecstatic. Been given some breathing room by Fnatic, heavy-handed on the B defensive. 4 players out here and none have fallen. Neither of them got any to return. Pretty much a gamble stack and hoping that Crims could deliver with a Deagle miracle if he does get hit, which it seems like he is.
Yeah, this round is over completely. It's a shame that the gamble had a lot of presence behind it. The T's had all of top banana, but it seems like there is no way that this is going to be a cancel and a move back towards B for the T side. Crims out towards the apartments, needs this first kill and it just doesn't happen. I think it's better off just saving on to what you've got. No point even attempting the retake.
Body shot on Syrah was all that Crims could do, and I think you're right about that assessment. Static will just be wary of any potential corner angles or hidden places that Fnatic could hide and steal the round from, but not to be. It's a 10th to Ecstatic's board and a serious threat on Fnatic's map pick. It's gunning for exits at this stage, or maybe just to escape and keep their weapons in, because they know that they've got a little bit of cash that they might need to think about and reserves. Cypher still goes down. 2 M4s will stay for Fnatic though.
Ecstatic put themselves in another driving position. Think about the start that we had to this map. They were up 6-1. Yeah, they probably wouldn't have been too pleased about the 8-4, but you now come into the second half, you lose pistol, lose anti-force buy, but then you start generating that round streak, and I think that's been the difference that Ecstatic have been able to work when it comes to this map of Inferno in comparison to Train, is positive starts from both halves. Now the scoreline looks impossible for my eyes. With where the economy sits, with the momentum to the start of this second half, I think a 6-10 scoreline at where we are in the deficit, it's too large.
Well, Fnatic will call in their second tactical to figure out if they can find a different avenue of approach, a different way around this. But, I mean, your assessment seems like it's pretty close to reality.
I mean, it might be the kind of call here to re-smoke mid and go down aggro to allow Jambo and BlameF to work something. The last round, they were really passive. They weren't really searching, they were gambling. I think now that you've got 2 M4s and not a lot around it, you need to get those M4s into a bit of an opener.
So we're making some noise here in apps. He's going to try and put some utility down. Even bait some faces from Fnatic, which you will hear. He won't be in position to take his rifle. We'll be able to beat the pistol players that are up there in the apartments. Meanwhile, Ecstatic's main force centered around the B bomb site. Given that banana access, and not like the Fnatic can do much to resist it, though.
Well, it would be insane if 2 gamble stacks back-to-back are just not being hit. You've got a very heavy gamble towards A, but it seems unlikely. With Syrah as the only apartments lurk and nothing into brackets, this is going to be a B exec.
Once again, only a Deagle to resist, and Fear is the man in question. Now they have backup in Crims. Still just 2 pistols, though. Second smoke comes down. Fight from Crims goes awry. Unlay picks him up. See players or hear them coming in from Syrah's part. A bit awkward on the duel, but still comes up good against BlameF. 1 rifle dropped. Second one, really with no chance in the round. He'll save again. Cypher can get unlays. That's a hero AK picked up. Bonus for the CT side, but that's all you're looking for. Ecstatic, they're looking for a whole lot more than that. 11-6. 2 more rounds to follow this to take the map up and push us to a 3rd. Cypher doesn't even get away with that rifle, so it stays out of favour. What a turnaround this has been from the Danes as well. Their own map picker train looked so disastrous, so dire out of them. They've come into their own on Inferno, and they are doing just like they did yesterday.
Ecstatic just need to close now. With this scoreline difference, with the idea that the following gun round's not even going to feature an AWP, you want to get this game wrapped up. You don't want it to drag out. You don't want to allow Fnatic to even taste the likes of double digits. 11-6 is a promising scoreline to be in. And mid-smoke being lined up for the CT side. They're going to start very heavy towards B, which indicates that they should try and take with heavy util.
Five rounds to make up for Fnatic. HG's back to do impact for Ecstatic. Once again, Animals, Bananas, Crim Powder on the A-bomb side of strikes first. Jambo almost in for the double sequence. Only the 1 pick found, though. 2 for 1 overall. Anlay looks to swing, but Christo gets Crims up on short. Fear, first man to rotate to the scene, grabbing damage on Christo, but unable to get the kill. Incendiary could push him back out of the pit. No, he goes deeper in. Molly went too deep.
Fear knows that he's missed that window, isn't he? That was a great opportunity to try and catch that player crossing, and instead it probably needs to be a save call unless a kill presents in the next 5 seconds.
There's the kill. Molotov back from Syrah on bomb site, killed off by Fear. Unlay's been seen, trying to hold that BlameF corner, but in the end, he's overwhelmed. And Fnatic will stave off the map point of Ecstatic.
Well, just about. Good work from Ecstatic. The duels looked quite promising. The A-site anchors were struggling. Crims was unfortunately being wrapped from all sides. He was playing out there on the car, had to focus his attention towards short and then just get swung out from long. Fnatic have finally got an AWP into the hands of Jambo. And look, he can be a difference maker. The factor is, can you be a difference maker at this sort of scoreline when there's a lot of pressure building, and the idea with your loss bonus, if you lose this gun round, this entire map is just completely over.
Fnatic are in one hell of a hole. They need to climb out of it real quick. Jambo doesn't hit the kill. Crack angle perfection, but still not wins it out. No trades on the CT side, no way back from here. Passiveness as Ecstatic fall away and regroup to B.
Well, it certainly was a desperate play to get the AWP aggressive into the apartments without even a crossfire. Just needed to get that first and fall off. And now for Cypher, he's got very light defense. You can pick up the util, but he's going to get overwhelmed. There's just too many players out here at top banana.
It's a very good HE. Re-smoke down another HE. doing damage to TMB, unlaying none, but Cypher gets none of those kills. And they'll have no info to that damage either. So Fnatic, the 3 remaining players, think it's best to hold their guns into the next. And Static will have themselves up on map point, gunning for the 3rd. Gunning for Ancient.
And we were a little bit surprised about the start of the veto process with Fnatic going in for an Inferno pick rather than a Train and vice versa. I also thought that Dust 2 could have been a good option. I wonder if both teams, on reflection, would have thought differently about how this best of 3 could have gone down, that Ecstatic could have picked into Inferno, that Fnatic could have picked into Dust 2, and then they maybe could have had Train being floated as the decider. You have to play what's dealt in front of you, and right now for Fnatic, it's just been a lack of what I would say spark in terms of individual success. The idea that BlameF hasn't had too many impactful rounds, he's only on 14, Crim's your anchor is on 12, individual numbers for everybody else. It's not been that same positive game like it was out on map 1 of Train.
Especially when you've got guys like Cypher, who is leading the charge on the rating count, now only 5 kills deep. I mean, it's not the only position to look at those top 10 players and see they're not quite doing enough. At least Jambo's AWP is trying to provide more impact here. Frag on Christo. Starting advantage over at Banana. Need to convert it into a round and convert that round into a streak of 5, else they will be pushed to that 3rd. Static have come into their own here on Inferno. When will they close?
And Jambo, a little bit wide on the off. Just needs to try and overextend the line to make it 2 and then just fall back to safety. This is where Cypher can assist with Util now.
Smokes are up. Sprays blind of Nana getting Cypher. Jambo's AWP out and about. Point blank to the cranium of TMB. No scope required. Leans forward back towards the church. There's a quadra for the man. Ace inbound. Not denies. But the damage has been done by Jambo. Solo holder of the B-bomb site in this case. Not trying to isolate picks. Reduced to 19 points of health though. Having no idea where Fear and Crims are coming in from. Surely he won't. No, he won't. Fnatic, stay alive.
It's an excellent round from Jambo. You look at that as a bit of a comic out there towards what's happening at CT, but really, he's just trying to get out towards spawn. He knows, now that Cypher's fallen, I can't play on the bomb site. I can't play from second oranges or new box or try and get to the back of dark. First off, I don't have the time to do it, but secondly, I'm alone on B, and I just give my death away for free. So if I can somehow get myself through that CT smoke, I give myself the best chance of the retake. And in the process, he hits the no-scope. Fnatic get themselves 1 on survival.
Crim's heavy damage sustained. Him and Cypher both leaning out towards second mid. This could be disastrous for them. Sirius caught utility in his hands, and Cypher completely chokes the spray. Fear with 1 trade. Sirius low as well. But the man advantage is with Ecstatic here, and they are backing away from second mid as BlameF 3 peaks. He's going to catch the bomb carrier. Christo goes down.
This is a really funky round. BlameF needs to try and stall this A-site offensive. HE placement looks pretty good there towards Nutnut, and it actually does nothing. Jambo falls out on B, so now the B site's open somehow.
That bomb going to try and rotate through underpass. There's only a smoke in the way of brackets, but it has cleared away. Main man of defensive is Fear, backed up. Is there a smoke to go down to the cross? There is. Once Nutnut gets here, and he'll put that out. Fear waiting the chance to strike on the default plant position, but Nutnut's not going there. Put that tap out. Better position for Fear, can do some damage, but not that much.
Yeah, BlameF on the retake needs to smoke top banana, and this flash needs to go over the wall to try and get his teammate out from Coffin.
Nutnut waits. Tap, burst, goes nothing. Fear with the kill, 2v2. Sirius low. Unlay's going to have a lot of emphasis on his part. Here's the footsteps, back to turn, fights well, turn back towards the last, but BlameF has gotten both the kills, triple in the round, and another lifeline for his team.
Just about. That round had it all. We had hyper-aggression, we had Ecstatic dealing with that aggression, and players deep out in second mid and towards the apartments do well. And when they get the Jambo out there towards sort of the half-wall, top B area of Banana, you expect that round to be finished. It's a 3v2, you play out the post plant, but not to be. Good work from Fear to just isolate that first before the flash and the molly comes in. And then BlameF right here, calm in the clutch, makes it look easy.
Fnatic barely getting past these rounds. I'm surprised Ecstatic are forcing the issue here. They've got the buffer. And yet they insist on bringing 3 AKs back into the fold here with Tech9s on the other two.
Well, the reason they've done it, Jay, is it gives them 2 somewhat decent rounds. If they were to eco here, you have a good buy in round 23 and then a weak one in round 24. Whereas here, you have a somewhat decent buy in round 22 and then a good buy in round 24. I think it gives you more bang for your buck to force here.
Straight up, engaging BlameF goes well for one player. Syrah can trade it. Jambo gonna try and find a peeking opportunity. The smokes are in the way of his vision. He got naded so quickly again, evaded the second one, so he's alive. Meanwhile, over at Banana, battle chess. Cypher, what a swing, what a pre-aim, and what a prediction that was on Unlay.
Jambo posted is going to get a freebie against Nut. Syrah needs the trade, though.
Oh, swing comes out instead of the AK. Headshots landed the AWPer. No freebie at all. A site under siege. Mostly in T-side access, but not quite their control. Crims is here, smoked off, will not allow him to deny the bomb plant. It'll be a retake with Fnatic.
That's one hell of a fight to come out from Nut. Should have been no way that he wins that on a dry jewel. And Crims is waiting for someone to show above this moto smoke, but no one's over peaking.
Little bits of info. Crims trying to tap up that player. Second man on rotate. Molotov's coming immediately as they hit the footsteps. Counteraction Molly on Nut holds his nerve, smokes in the way to block off the 2 pit players. Might all come down to the defensive on site. TMB centralized, good kill. Adjust back to the second, doesn't quite land it, but Fear gets his double. Oh, pick up from the last man. Nut pulling out his rifle, sees where Crims is, and just gets him at the right moment. Ecstatic lock in 13-9 and lock in a third map.
Unfortunately for Fnatic, it was just the scoreline that hurt them the most. I mean, they were off to just too slow of a start out there in the first half. To go down 1-6 and then finish that half 4-8, it's difficult. You don't quite have those rounds to play with. And then even towards the tail end there, you're down, 7-12? You need 5 rounds in a row to force it into overtime. They were just on the back foot from the word go.
And that, as you mentioned, is the reason why they ultimately lost. It wasn't quite like how in the last map pub where Ecstatic lost because they weren't delivering the X Factor. There was a certain element towards that, but you started to see it towards the end on Fnatic. They were starting to really get going. So considering now we're moving towards this third map with 2 very different styles and map picks being won by the opposition, how do we look at who's played the stronger game so far?
Oh, it's probably a coin toss, I would say, because now you go into Ancient. It's a map that doesn't get a lot of play rate from either of these teams. At least we know that Train in Inferno is played really frequently. It's won really frequently. When you start going into a map that doesn't quite have that same level, it's difficult to judge, I would say, moving into the decider now.
And that makes our jobs infinitely more difficult, but not as difficult as the 2 teams that will be playing up for the final time in the final map here today. One of these 2 teams need to make it forward. It will be Ancient to decide who our ultimate victory is when we return after the break. Only one more map in the semi-finals and one more map to decide who of our two teams will qualify to blast open London's closed qualifiers. This matchup, a lot riding on it because of VP Prodigy's eligibility, therefore meaning that the victor of this one in this final map will qualify. And all Fnatic and Ecstatic have gone blow for blow, with Fnatic taking Train, Ecstatic's map pick, Ecstatic taking Inferno, Fnatic's map pick, Ancient, the decider. How do we feel coming into this one?
Well, I think the Ancient is a better map for Fnatic for one good reason. They pick it in best of threes. Look at how they performed at the Pro League closed qualifier. They picked it against Sashi and they picked it against Passion UA. Now, you might look at both of those results and say, oh, yeah, but they were losses. That was still when Zero Fix was standing in before they brought in Cypher. They also picked it most recently against Nine and against NIP. Ecstatic have never picked Ancient in a best of three in the last 3 months on HLTV. It's normally always the Nuke or it's normally always the Train. So the idea that Fnatic don't mind picking into this map gives me a lot of favoritism now that it's a decider.
Especially when you think about how the series has played out so far. They weren't really tested on Train, and they were looking pretty dire over on Inferno, but they had that little comeback towards the end where things started to look a bit more competent from the Fnatic side. So pound for pound, round per round, I honestly feel like Fnatic have played the ever so slightly better series overall, but Ecstatic have come into their own in the later portion of the matchup. So Dwayne, I'm going to give you one chance to back out of your Ecstatic 2-1 prediction. Are you going to stick with it, or do you believe the Fnatic have what it takes to take this series?
I think Fnatic do have what it takes. I'd like to see Blame F be a real takeover player because I don't think he was that guy out on map 1 and he certainly wasn't that guy on map 2, but out of the entire map pool, this is his #1 map. Averages a 1.40 rating in the last 10 officials out on Ancient, and Crim's 1.26, one of the anchors that I think's performed at an adequate level. I'll be looking for those two veterans in this final map decider now.
We know the Blame efforts maintain its consistency across this series. The top-rated player of Fnatic over on that Inferno. Now, can he deliver here and now? For me, Dweg, I'm going to keep with Ecstatic. I think that the youngsters have a little bit more behind them in terms of how they've risen back through this series. But make no mistake, this will not be an easy affair for either side. Fnatic will be on the CT side, start of our final map of the semi-finals and of this best of 3. It's Pistols live for the final time today.
1 for 4 in Pistols for Ecstatic. They want to try and improve that track record. They can't afford to lose another Pistol round.
Sarah moves in first, looking for first kills on Crims. Him with 2 players at the crossfire. Drawn out first blood as Sarah's part. Jambo, whilst blinded, can get a second kill on Unlay. Can't deal with not though. The bomb's on his back. He's going to defend it and get the bomb site down for a plant.
Cypher and Blame F can come in quickly from this Temple and Brokey entrance. It's being watched at the moment by 1. That's Christo out in the big box.
Cypher leans in. Christo takes his shot. Rit down. Fear trades. 2v2 remains. Not sat on top of the bomb, unknown, but Fear takes his back up, and not forced to fight, but he can't fight well. Triple for Fear, pistol for Fnatic.
3 from Fear and 2 from Jambo. The Ukrainians doing everything on that defense and on the retake. Now, Ecstatic should be forcing the buy here, getting themselves into a position where 3 casualties, bomb plant bonus, yep, you definitely want to be buying it up. Fnatic, I'd like to see what their anti-rush util is going to look like towards lane and elbow. How many players are going to go down towards MP9s rather than FAMASas and M4s?
The 3 rifles on the CT side and the 2 for Ecstatic for now. And they start to become the damage sponges of the HGs that put down with the CT side at elbow. TMB on 5 points of health. Zero took something. He's dead. Unlay also dead. Over at the shelf. Fnatic advantage is staunch.
Cypher just spamming down there towards lane, and Jambo's playing very defensively on B. So when contact gets made from Cypher, he can re-smoke off the ramp and just play back passive either towards short or long.
And putting that smoke down. TMB takes him. Perfect shot against Cypher, a 3-on-3. Trying to bring something back for Ecstatic. As low HP markers, the best he can do is get those simple heads. Not guaranteed here. Ecstatic start to move. TMB can get caught towards mid, and indeed he goes down. Advantage reinstated by Fnatic. The last 2 players have got to hit B now.
Jambo is just so defensive and peeks in as soon as he hears that smoke going down. Now, Nut should fake tap He should draw the fights out in the open. He shouldn't stick the plant here.
Saw that flashbang, expected there to be presence towards long, and he was correct, but couldn't deal with Jambo. Perfect shots in the CT AK instead, of which 2 are saved over by Fnatic for their 2-0 start.
Well, I'm going to be keeping an eye on Cypher in this cave position, first off on the CT basis, but also on the T side, because you and IJ, we casted a lot of Fnatic through the different iterations, and one aspect of T side Ancient that was always fun and exciting to watch was Matty's running up lane, taking Jules towards the cheetah entrance, getting up there towards the shelf. I wonder now, with him out of the roster, whether they can still facilitate that type of position.
And despite that lacking on Fnatic, the 1xBet odds still have them as favourites in this series. Not changed much since our previous update on the last map. Cribs and Cypher making light work of these pistols. Harsh Eco and Ecstatic looking for the rifles in the next round because they need them. Fnatic had the better of the pistols so far in this series, and the conversions have not been stolen by Ecstatic either, and they will not change with this one. 3-0 for the start. The rifles now need to test the Danes.
Ecstatic are going to have quite a lot of accelerated paces out from elbow in gun rounds. It's the way they like to sort of play the T side of Ancient. They're not a team that sit back and slowly take lane. They are quite aggressive. They are on the front foot. They're very positive with the way they play. TMB even going down to a Galil just to try and get a little bit of that extra util forward. Syrah with the molly to cancel the mid aggression from the CT line. But overall, mid's not being taken heavily from elbow this time.
And Fnatic will recognise that lack of push of Ecstatic, so they'll just force forward and ensure there is no elbow presence behind that smoke as it starts to fade. And we should see Ecstatic start to take away some mid-access. The Fnatic side have gotten what they want here. Cypher inside in lane, kill found, second player seen. Re-smoke onto the B doors, will try and stall TMB, but not by a massive amount because he's got a lot of breathing room in that side of that smoke, and he'll push forward of it.
Now that was cheeky there from Cypher, because when he tucked himself out to the cubby corner, he detected that he was seen. So rather than sitting there and having the smoke pulled out, he knows that he can catch a timing, and he's timed it to perfection to swing out when util is pulled, but then to also backtrack, to not just give yourself away for an easy trade. You've got a jiggle from Fear, who is being smoked off from Donut, and Crims is watching the A main entrance.
Shadow seen by Crimsby, fired prematurely, thinking it was the head of an Ecstatic player. Instead, it's an all-important information game that they can utilise but not get the trades for. Cypher strikes again on TMB. Jammer with one on the site. Blame F training off Nutnuts. Refrag. Syrah is all alone. You can't stand forever. Fnatic are looking lights out once again.
Well, let's just consider what happened out there on map 1, right? Ecstatic had a slow start. They struggled to get into the game at all. The only reason that Inferno was so successful for them is because they had the early momentum on their side. They were up 6-1. They got to that 8-4 half. They got to map point really early at a 12-7 score. The idea that you're going to be 0-4, now potentially 0-5, it does scream volumes of what we saw on Train, where Fnatic individually are hitting very hard. I mean, let's just consider, you've got 4 AKs being saved, money starting to get farmed up, haven't even had the AWP out for Jambo yet. You couldn't ask for a better position if you're Fnatic.
All the firepower that will face only pistols mean that you should continue along this winning streak. You should be set and ready to deliver some killing blows on the Danes soon. Just looks really good for them. We're not seeing any major impact generated by the Ecstatic side. You can't expect that for this round, but the rifles need to come out quick and they need to start finding some with those. Because Fnatic can really run away with this. At least TMB's efforts have tried to make some noise and pull attention away from the A-bomb side, but as he's gone down, Ecstatic have not taken the faster pacing. They could get the bomb plant from here, but Jambo is going to start to get to the Nile positions. Sees one, takes him, does get smoked off. Bomb plant bonus may be the best thing that Ecstatic can hope for here.
Fnatic just needs to make sure they're not losing too many weapons, especially those AKs. And Nut gets caught out there on B. Anlay close towards the CT smoke, but they're already starting to run out from Temple. Tech9 gets away with one. Should be an easy trade there for BlameF and Ecstatic. They're not going to be too pleased with that, Jay, because, yeah, we can sit here and say, oh, it's bomb plant bonus. Mate, they're on max round loss bonus with heaps of money in reserve. They're not worried about getting a plant here. What they're worried about is making sure these AKs come out and that they're affecting the economy. The idea that you have that level of investment and only get away with one kill, that's not good enough from the Danes.
Goodbye. As I said before, will need to be effective irrespective of bomb plant bonuses or whatever. Ecstatic need to get on the board. Because Fnatic are once again dominant in this series. Minimal tags on Zero to start things off. One of the players we're looking at potentially providing the impact that Ecstatic need. It's TMB that opens things up. Fear down beyond the smoke and wallbanger Cheetah.
First time in a very long time, you've not only had some opening success, but it's a lack of trade. Cypher re-aggressing down from ramp. BlameF is much further behind him.
One set Cypher fights. Wow, what an adjustment to Anlay. Looking for his 7th kill as well on the shelf individual, but not able to find him. And Brett obviously having a bit of a disappointing game on the second. He was the lowest rated player on Inferno, having become from the highest rated player of Train. Starting to pick things up and provide some more of that star factor. Ecstatic have got the man advantage on the campaign towards A.
AWP's in a strong position. It's just whether they get the right read, because at the moment TMB's put 2 smokes down on B and BlameF has now been caught against the AWP on A, so this round is collapsing. There's not much that Jambo can do because he's funneled against 2 different positions, Donut and A main.
Not finds a perfect headshot angle outside of main, and Cypher, great as he might have been with that 1 kill, the 1 kill is all he's going to get. Maybe an exit on TMB, but certainly not a retake. Ecstatic will get their first round at last.
Ecstatic have just had consistent D placements in all of the tournaments that they've played recently. And Galaxy Battle being a top 4, Thunder Peak being a 2nd place, A1 Gaming League is a 1st, Alyssa Nordic Championship, another 1st, Glitch Masters 4th. The only disappointing one was probably the first European series of CCT, where it was only a top 8 where they got knocked out against Omega in the quarters. For Fnatic, it's also been some strong tournament placements from them. 1 Conquest of Prague, a Grand Finals in Glitch Masters and Exhort. They would have been, well, I don't even know. Could you be disappointed with a top 8 in the closed qualifier of Pro League when you don't even have your full 5-man lineup? Maybe not.
I think context definitely means a lot more in that particular situation. Especially in the future, would certainly look a lot more brighter with a full 5-man unit. So far it has looked good here in this competition. Yes, Sparta was a layup. The Fnatic have at the very least tested Ecstatic, if not superseded them by a country mile. This series has either looked close or dominant in Fnatic's favor. And right now we're seeing the dominant part of things.
You just start wondering whether there's going to be an instant success here from Fnatic. I mean, we've seen it throughout certain points in the series that it gets a bit one-sided, there's a return, and then it's just an instant return back. There's no better statement than going 5-0 up, losing 1 gun round, and then going 6-1, 7-1, and just pushing the pressure right back on the Danes. You start wondering, where is the success coming from if you are Ecstatic? I mean, TMB, he got the first kill in from lane in the last round, but are we really reliant on an in-game leader to constantly be the difference maker, to be a guy that's going to create opportunities? Maybe. But you also want a little bit more from some of your star role players. Fnatic, unfortunately, they'll lose all of those AKs, but I don't think that matters too much. The AWP into the hands of Jambo. Haven't seen the most amount of impact from him, but that's also because he hasn't had the AWP in the right positions. You look at that previous round, he was stuck out on A solo, not much that you can do from that position. Now he's going out towards Red Room on another aggressive mid-take.
Smokes out of the Molotovs. AWP boosted for Christo. Cypher's been smoked off, so blind spray is all you can do down lane. Prod forward to TMB, marked by Jambo. Draws out the opening kill for Fnatic. Trades of Christo good in the Orbital battle, but Fear goes one better against Nut Core, pulling utility back out, trying to back away from contact. Cypher can't quite stabilize and accuratize his spray. And Blame F in a 1 versus 3 situation with his teammates so far away. At least he can get Syrah and bring it back to a 2v2 overall, give some time for Crims to rotate.
Well, they know that Crims is going to rotate either Shelf or from CT, but it's about how they can draw these fights out in the open. Almost no util for the T, so they're going to get the bomb down, but they're going to struggle on the post.
HE and spray, keeping Christo low. Unlay already on half HP. Crims leaning up. Ecstatic backing off here. Footsteps were heard. There is a smoke that Crims can use for the defuse. Might need Blame F to support him at ramp though. Time's running short. Fnatic making no noise. Smoke goes down towards ramp instead. Diffuse held. Explores. Sprays at the wall bang. Not connecting with the AWP does though. Christo may have just won it. Blame F on the 4-5 seconds. Here's his man coming. Unlay will go down, but his sacrifice again is worthy for Ecstatic's second round.
Well, it's the right way that Fnatic have played that. It's a 2v2. They know that cave and ramp are the only two options. Rather than smoking the bomb, you try and smoke off ramp, you tap the bomb and you draw the fights out in the open. Now, the spam is very good out towards the wood wall, and they just about get him off. And needed Blame F there from the protection. Needed to get that kill cleanly against the ramp player of Anlay, but it doesn't quite happen. Ecstatic, it's still expensive from their part. Knowing that everybody fell and that the money is still strong from Fnatic, there's still quite a lot of favoritism towards the international team at the moment.
Well, Blame F's got 2 kills out the gate. Didn't even see those happen out towards elbow. Static have lost 2 men in an instant. It would be such a momentum killer if you were to get around like that together and immediately get shut out by Fnatic after the fact. Unlay's at least undamaged towards Cypher, out towards B lane. But Christo's gonna have to strike back to get A site opened up, and he's good to find Crims. A is under siege here. How can the AWP respond to Jambo? A straight shot on Christo.
Well, they heard Nut in A main, and they know that Anlay was towards lane. So it's easy info. It's just about how they work the picks. Anlay needs to try and get 2. He gets dinked in the process. He's done well to make 2 kills happen there.
Brought it into a 2v2 that's now a lot more winnable for Ecstatic. Not by a massive margin. Nut's going to have to do the frag potential. We plant the bomb on his lonesome. It's on his back. Does he want to trust Anlay with that? He's sending utility over towards the man. Anlay might just have to play bait here.
But the problem is they can't really use util. They need to go in contact, and knowing that Jambo is going to search out cave, not seeing anything, if he can get the AWP posted towards ramp, it's just going to be over. This round is collapsing because of the searching that Jambo is doing.
USB to find Unlay. Nut does train him. Ask man, where is he? AMF trying to predict. I hear footsteps, none of which are provided. Nuts walking through the lane, making noise. Knife pulled. No suspicion of Blame F, who holds his nerve just about for a triple. And Fnatic can respond to Ecstatic so effectively and efficiently. And immediately after they got their second round, it means minimum 6 for the CT side. And money questions for the T's instead.
That's going to be a good feeling there from Blame F, because you failed in the 2v2 out on B with the retake, but you didn't fail in the 1v1. 11-1 at the moment, not taking too many casualties. Ecstatic have a rebuy, but it's weak. Now, they tried to work aggressive elbow in the last round, and they got punished by Blame F.
TMB goes 1 kill out of it. Syrah can trade back beyond that smoke just about. Cypher rushing forward with his SMG. Not getting the kills he's looking for. Instead, frag back by Unlay. Syrah in red. Checked by Fear, but not all the way around the corner. AK can swing forward and catch his man. Jambo now revealing himself towards mid. Puts that bomb down on the B bomb site. Ecstatic, much better responsive of their own.
Well, they just pack and group out at elbow, and finally the trades are successful. And Jambo is going to get attempted on the hunt. You've got players coming in from spawn, one at big box, even the rotation of Christo quite quickly from CT. So Jambo gets one, but doesn't get any more than that. And now we've got the economy in a very awkward state. Double eco for a few, so it will have to be a buy-up. Now, Fnatic have kind of got a few options here. They can either take lane really heavily, re-smoke off the doors, try and come down ramp, or they just keep doing what they're doing with these aggro mid takes, where they just send 3 players in from mid and they really try and contest and funnel that elbow position.
Forced buy on the CT side means Ecstatic should get some freebies, assuming they don't choke or bottle in these rounds. 4 players over on the B half of the map for the defensive line. Fear detected first, TMB. All information out towards Unley, who credited with the kill. Advantage in for Ecstatic for now.
And BlameF selling his teammate a little bit there, not peeking as 2 against Fear. All he did was put the smoke down and kind of played cheater passively. It just means that you're very difficult to work anything. Christo on the jump up, that would have been heard. The CT's trying to re-aggress ramp. It might be a good timing from Jambo.
Seeing the shadow, tries to peek it. Christo gets nothing. Forward face of the flash assistance. Christo's blinded as is Unley going down, but Nut and Christo have it on lock. No concerns for the riflers there.
Fnatic may have been 5-0 up, but this scoreline is slowly coming closer to a 6-6. And if you are Ecstatic, you'll be disappointed with how the first half has gone down. But from a scoreline point of view, you'll look at this as a massive recovery, that you've actually got a chance in the series now.
Recovery of this half, the first step along the road. Because you're right, this was a very, very awkward start that probably could have left them out if they had let Fnatic get any more on the CT side. And now you're building the foundations of a decent ending map. Players like Christo starting to get locked in, top fragger of his team. Syrah not that far behind him, as is Nut. Only single digits on all those players, but certainly a far cry from the couple of frags that they were getting each, and only a handful of rounds to go. It's a start for Ecstatic and should be a freebie in the follow-up here too.
Just only the 3rd time in the competition we've had a best of 3 going the way of all 3 maps. The other one was Ecstatic yesterday versus Zero Tenacity. Really one-sided final map decider of the 13-4 on Inferno. The other one was Liquid versus VP Prodigy. That last map decider of Nuke went to overtime, 16-14. Getting a little bit more of a feel of that one. Competitive, close scoreline, 1 round making the difference. Syrah being pressured out from elbow, but just respects it.
TMB looks to engage. Crim spotted, not 2 frags. TMB with the lineup. Easy pickings of the game, stack Fnatic. Trying to escape with a rifle, but none of that gets found. 5 for the T side. 1 more round in the half, trying to go dead set even at the turn. That would mean the best case scenario for a recovery and an opportunity to make something happen on Ancients.
Fnatic will look at Jambo and say, right, maybe try and get us out of a little bit of trouble. We've had BlameF performing quite well, but you haven't quite been the guy to get us through to an extra round victory. Let's bring that AWP out towards B, Fear in towards Cave, Cypher towards the ramp side.
Tag damage on Fear, rather. Initial stance on the Molotov stun dead was that B-bomb sighted cheater. Mid control access being taken by Ecstatic without much resistance on the CT side of things. Cypher starts to take aggressive stances. 2 players potentially to find here at ramp, but no peaks yet.
He's going to wait for the util. When this util comes forward, he should try and swing on a contact.
Starts moving, sees the bomb carrier. Doesn't stick around forever though, doesn't hold the angle itself. Does re-peek it though, and Christo is credited with the kill instead.
Jambo's now got to be worried about ramp, so he needs to try and get some help from his teammate Affair. Smoke goes down towards short. That's going to drive Jambo into this sightline from Cave. But what he doesn't know is how many players are here.
Shot connects, TMB falls. Syrah caught back towards red as well as Crims chimes in, but Unlay caught someone else. The Orb of Jambo still in play. 2 picks to his name. Third man gonna push the issue. Unlay franks around, gets his back up. Jambo gonna get pressure from both sides of the site here. Shot overcooked. Not leaves it all in Blame F's hands. A 1v2 for the CT to clutch. Bomb plant down and open. Blame F can see it. Can see his man as well. Not picked up. Unlay needs a triple. And the Blame F has no idea where he could come from. He knows he's in the back lane somewhere, but where? Long or short? Peek around, passive aggressive. Open towards long by giving an indication. Incendiary gets sent deep. Flash goes over that telegraphs where Unlay is. Another tap from Blame F. Trying to bait out a kill. Doesn't get him down. 15 HP. He's low. I've also realized Reynolds doesn't even have a kit either. It's all time stalling that Unlay is going to make successful out of. So despite Blame F's best efforts, it will be another unsuccessful clutch. A 6-all to turn out the first half. Six apiece. There are no favoritisms. There are no advantages. As we enter the final half of this series, Ecstatic have brought it back from Fnatic's overwhelming force forward initially on the CT side. Can the CT side now become the Dane's oyster?
Well, this looks to be quick. This looks to be quite fast. It's going to be a B split, taking Cave and going up ramp.
3 players in Cave, doing the set for Unlay, checked in the corner, Jambo draws him out. Cypher with the first kill, a second kill I should say on Syrah and all. And may have overwhelmed being an instance.
Oh, Blame F just contacting up ramp with that P250, keeping that danger sightline out there to long. And if you're TMB and you're nut, you're already thinking about the force buy in the next round, aren't you? You're not thinking about winning this 2v5.
They get 1 kill from beyond that smoke. They're going to try their hand at it, at least prod around, but shut down efficiently. Very good shots of Nut, but doesn't work. Pistol win for Fnatic, back in the lead.
I mean, it's funny that Blame F is 17-3 because he's lost almost every single clutch. And then you look at that round, double entry comes from Fear and Cypher. I mean, yes, it's impactful, the P250 kills, but it didn't really matter if it came from him or it came from anybody else. The round was already over with the double entry. And just a bit of stat padding, I want to say, with that triple.
What was it you said yesterday, the return of Bait F?
Yeah, I didn't want to mention it again, but I did say that yesterday. I will put my hand up for that one.
Is it true today? Certainly true for the last couple of rounds, because you're right. Molly sent deep on Ecstatic, who have forced the issue. Syrah checked, Blame F. Entries, at least on this one, effectively. Jambo can't follow up. Nut trades in. Blame F Dome. Triple sequence is taking his Fear. Completely whiffs his spray. And Ecstatic could find the steal in the 2 versus 4. The Cypher and Crims have surely no chance of playing out. Crims revealed, cut down by Unlay. The Brit doesn't even have bomb access. Can take 2 picks though, back in the round, 1 more man, now spotted, but Unlay keeps his nerve.
That actually could be the round that just wins this best of 3 from Ecstatic, because if you are Fnatic, you are so tilted after losing that round. You're packing, you're grouping, you've got an opening entry in Donut. all you need to do is trade the player on the back of the totem. It should be a fairly easy job. 1-for-1 at absolute worst, and instead, somehow, this is a miracle. I mean, how Fear is not getting this kill is a joke of a round.
Credit to him for flicking damn near perfectly onto his head, though. But only enabled because Fear couldn't capitalize on the kill, and that is pretty disastrous. Ecstatic now take advantage against the force by TMB Unlay on the crossfire. MP9 AK wombo combo. And they are smacked down on BlameF and Fnatic, whose P250 ain't done. Tech9 swapped, rifles at his feet, but flanked by Syrah, who says not today.
And we'll have to keep an eye and a reflection on that previous round, because I think in retrospect, that may be one of the biggest losses that you can take on Ancient, whether it's the first half or the second half of the international squad. You are now going to be down by 1. You're going to be on an eco. You're going to be 7-9 down. You're going to go into the first gun round. You're not going to have an AWP out for Jambo. The confidence, the momentum, it's all just been stolen away now.
Hope Fnatic haven't got their heads set on the grand scale of things, because 5-0 at one point in this map, up a 6-2 when they hit minimums at the turn. And now they are struggling a little bit to deal with Ecstatics, of course, by basis, although these pistols are dishing out their damage as appropriate. Christo makes sure it only is just the 2 casualties. Static lead by 2, and they lead for the first time in this map. Two to make up on Fnatic's buy-up.
Well, now I'm waiting to see if Cypher can work some of these aggro moves in lane like Matty's could. And when you're down at this scoreline, you need immediate success towards lane. You need him to be an impactful player. Fear, spoken off, Cypher working top ramp, and he's already seen the jump spot towards long.
Swings up, kills Bao, even while blinded by the flashbang. TMB is going to train him on his back turn, though. Smoke's coming in a little bit late, but now it comes down. They block entrance from Cave. Christo jumped over. BlameF has got an extension towards long that Christo trying to take against his teammates. He's going to wait for him to be overextend. BlameF had a perfect chance to get this easy kill. Shadow advantage for Christo instead as he gets his lock-on shot. Jambo in Fear. Half HP or lesser than even that. Crimson High is taken down towards lane. Fear, 1 pick found, backs away, looks back to the AWP, who's being counter-flanked towards the back lane. Christo's Deagle lands his shot. Jambo can't tap to victory. Ecstatic will hold the retake, and number 10 on their board. Fnatic got close, but not quite close enough.
And you feel for Cypher, because that's an incredible entry. You are getting almost no help outside of util. There's not even a teammate close to you to trade, and you get that just bang and kill while blinded out there towards long. Now, obviously, BlameF doesn't have the same info that we do. He was maybe thinking that the AWP is posted towards short, and there's a second rifler, either from short or from red room, that's holding for him on the cross. But that is a classic example of bait F. Knowing that the AWP is there, not swinging on the contact, waiting. Just waiting for a timing rather than exploiting it. And it's that missed opportunity where if Christo falls and everyone's coming in from ramp, mate, that's a completely different round. They might not even attempt the retake from lane.
One decision. That's all it takes sometimes in Counter-Strike, and in this case, they called the wrong one.
I'm surprised that they're not even going for a hero rifle here. With Fear buying Tech9, Armor, and Util, I just prefer him to drop an AK, get it into the hands of somebody.
Instead, BlameF's Mat 10 works out, tanking HG. Jambo's caught a second one, not even looking the right way. Syrah and Christo making light work of this round. Ecstatic have exploded into the CT side, exploded into life. And we are seeing more of this Danish dominance. Aside the rocketed up the rankings, rocketed into the top of tier 2 conversation in just the first half of this year. And Fnatic have to bow before them right now. 11 on Ecstatic's board, not even a casualty against the upgrade pistols. And the rifles are out for what will be Fnatic's final chance at staving off Ecstatic, their final chance at this T-half.
And I think it's a really easy cop-out to look at that nut triple and say that was the round that broke the series. We know that there's been a lot of rounds won since that point, but this is a Fnatic side that have won, what, 2 out of the past 13 rounds? They had a great start, and they've not been able to compete since that 5-0.
You can look at it as the momentum shift round right there, but you are right about everything else. Crim's trying to answer back desperately. Fnatic finally getting something out of mid as Nut, and Cyril will drop to him. He lost Flame F, he lost most of his HP. Unlay now set towards the side defensive fear, gonna walk up and go down. Bomb dropped, that will call for extra supportive as Cypher strikes TMB. Unlay's got to do what his lonesome player, his utility pulled out, but Unlay couldn't punish it. Christo's well out of position, and Fnatic will still hold on to a lifeline here. Even Crim's getting the Dane back, a triple found for him, the difference maker. Had a pretty quiet map overall, but that round was loud.
Well, he worked on the edge of that elbow smoke that he put down himself, and it was a difficult duel against Nut. When you're not wide swinging, you're strafing, very short ADs, does not make it easy. And we'll see it from his POV, pretty much just hugging the smoke. And then right there from Anlay, when you lose your teammate on the bomb site of TMB, you've got to focus ramp and cave at the same time, and that's just so difficult for a B-site anchor. Fnatic get themselves one, but it's an insta-buyback for Ecstatic.
Got cash in reserve even now. Fnatic having a nade sent right to Cypher, keeping him low HP. Unlay will catch him. The wallbang spray, the starting advantage. Ecstatic favoured at this present moment in time.
They're going to take ramp control, and they could catch a very good timing if the lane players either holding util out or just sleeping.
Adjustment from Unlay's great. Jambo cannot connect even a bullet onto the man. Bomb was dropped. That's info to acquire. A lot of noise being made by Blame F. I probably can imagine he picked up the bomb right there. Sira tagged up, 2 to line up for the Dane, but he can't quite get them. Only Unlay falls. Blame F can finally isolate Sira. TMB's low in the back of the bomb site. The AWPer missing his first contact shot, but doesn't miss on the second. Blame F 2 points of health now. 1v3, no clutch available. And Ecstatic are on map and match point and qualification point unofficially at that. Might be the semi-finals, but VP Prodigy can't qualify. Meaning the victor of this series will, and Ecstatic are a single round away from pulling it off. Fnatic need 4 to overtime.
Excellent display of composure from Ecstatic, that you were getting swept in the first 2 rounds of this map, weren't really given too many chances, weren't even many rounds in which you were getting opening picks, and you slowly claw your way back into the game. You get yourself losing pistol in the second half, winning the anti-force buy in a very unlikely circumstance from Nut, but it's catapulted, and it's put them in a driving position in which they do deserve the spot at Blast Open. What a second half this has been. Every time Fnatic's won a single round, it's been an answered back. And even for what should be the very last round of regulation, it's not a perfect buy. Jambo is yet to get the AWP on the T side. We are seeing constant Galils in play just to get the extra util forward. The money's just not there.
They need to make do, because otherwise they will have nothing. TMB walks forwards, checks, sees heads of at least 2 players, 1 kill found, swinging from Fearkin trading. That's a very good moment for Fnatic. They cannot afford to lose too much there.
Just lazy out on the lane control. No one holding ramp directly. TMB probably should have been able to get away with 1 and fall back. Nut now re-aggressing out towards the red room. Solo fight. Crims needs to try and help out Blame F here.
Flashbang sent there. He orchestrates a Nut. He does go down as a result of that. Sira forced to re-smoke that donut entrance, but so does Fnatic.
Look at Anlay.
He's on a backstab. Pushed forward. He's not going to go all the way forward with it. He'll hold himself a cheater. Christo backs away from red. That's information that Crims can utilize. Unlay will hug this corner. Blame F is wary of it. back turn kill found instantly. B-site on the siege in the meantime. And Christo, sharp as a knife as he's been all the weekend so far. Crims can take him back to a 2v2, but Unlay still a threat. They're trying to search for Syrah. They don't know exactly where he is. Should have an inkling of this A bomb site. They've isolated each player towards their respective positions. And A will be the final target. Can Syrah step up?
Well, not particularly because of the position. Because Fnatic hold CT, they're going to plant reverse default. They're going to plant open for CT spawn, meaning that Syrah's got no opportunity to deny the plant.
Won't go for the blind sprays. Push up towards the smoke at the very edge of it. Unlay is wary of any red access to the CT side, so get Syrah to clear it out. Taking their sweet time with this, though. I don't know if this is actually going to be a save call from Ecstatic. Moving now. Most of the time ticked away. No utility to go for it. Flashbang is found. Jambo clothesline Syrah. And Unlay can't do anything now except look for an exit frag on Jambo. No time to go for the defuse even with that pick. Fnatic stay alive.
They just expected Fnatic to take space on that one. They were expecting with the bomb plant to be open for CT that someone would re-aggress towards spawn or maybe try and get out towards the red room, and what we know is it was just actually a very passive 2v2 in the post. Now, I'm surprised that Nut was spraying there, Jane. I think with the small lip of an angle, a tap and a burst would have been so much more successful for him. But just committing to the spray made him look like a complete fool.
Gotta wonder when pressure might start getting to players like him, one of the more inexperienced elements of this squad. But still able to strike first on Blame F. Crims can take Syrah right back, though. Unlay exerted in towards mid. Shots of Christo. Crims reveal beyond that smoke. And Unlay can strike alongside his Orpa for a 4v2. Jambo and Fear. Last two players ready. Christo hears him coming. Known shot. Missed. Fear can overwhelm. Ready for a second player. But he's going to put that Molotov down towards Cave instead. Counter incendiaries will force them forward. Deny the bomb plant for now, but only for a temporary measure. Swing from Fear. Comes up good to a 2v2. Nut brings it down to 1. It's all on Jambo now. He's found his AWP. Found his weapon, but he doesn't know about the flank. Unlay looking for gaps in the fence. Jambo misses his chance, and Ecstatic will close it down. 13-9 and 2-1 in the series. They will take their semi-final matchup and unofficially be qualified for Blast Open London.
Oh, well done to them. They deserved the win. It was a tough series. I mean, anytime you've got two best-of-threes back-to-back in the competition coming out of the play break and you lose your map pick, you know it's not going to be easy. You know that you're going to get tested. And it was a very slow start out there on Ancient, but they dug deep, they won key rounds, and in the end they were good enough to win this best-of-3.
Indeed they were. It was a slow start at times, yes, especially on that third and final map. Things went down to 5-0 for Fnatic overall, but a lack of impact from some of those star guys. BlameF might be top of the board, but can't remember the last time that those frags, those 20-something frags, really gave them the rounds that they were looking for there.
Well, certainly not in the second half, because you won, pistol, lost the anti-force by won a single gun round, and then that was it. There was a lack of success in that second half completely. And Fnatic are going to be disappointed, because they probably would have felt that they could have closed this series in 2, especially with how map 1 went down. The Inferno, they got a little bit unlucky with the slow start of the 1 and 6, that they couldn't really hold weight. And then you get yourself another lifeline, you go into Ancient. Yeah, you can use the excuse that Cypher's new into the system. This was a very winnable series today, and they just proved that they don't quite have what it takes to win just yet. And it's another one of those, I would say, moments where you don't qualify to Pro League, you don't qualify to Blast Open, you've got Cypher on the roster. It is a bit of a shame because it's a narrow defeat, but it's one that is unfortunate for the team, and they'll be disappointed with the outcome today.
Unfortunate, but equally I could also make an argument for understandable, given that Cypher has officially only been part of the roster for like 5 days. So we know he's been practicing probably for a little bit, with Matty's his own departure having happened at the start of last month. But you have to imagine that it's not enough time to bed a new player in so effectively. And with this, I mean, you're talking about the idea that Ecstatic have only been playing their first officials of the season, Fnatic playing their first officials with Cypher in this competition. So it's also equally just as ring rusty for them as a team to try and get that cohesion together to figure out how they're going to play Cypher. So I can imagine this team getting better as time goes on. Unfortunately for this case, they definitely had the tougher side of the bracket, and taking on the Ecstatic side, who are now a top-end Tier 2 team in my eyes, they certainly have done great work here to make their way forward to win this victory and now to be in that final against VP Prodigy.
I think the difference is expectations are completely off between these two teams. Ecstatic are a legitimate Tier 2 team, whereas Fnatic have Tier 1 players and 2 guys that were at the last major. And that's always the expectation that you look at differently. It doesn't matter if you've got a new coach, a new 5th player, whatever it may be. When you are Fnatic, you have to win. You've got to take these moments to progress out of Tier 2, because otherwise you get hard stuck. And with where they are right now, they'll feel that this is another event in which they could have bridged their way towards Tier 1 closer, and it hasn't been achieved.
Well, it will certainly be a setback for them. I'm imagining they might lose a few places on the VRS rankings when the update happens on Monday, because they were already ranked to lose a few to the points they lost during the Pro League qualifier. I think they might have lost a few as well towards this Ecstatic side, but again, it's about playing that long-term game. You've still got a few months before the Budapest invites have to come down. So I'm imagining, again, that Fnatic, in the long term, they might prove a little bit more than what they've shown so far over the course of this weekend. But for Ecstatic, again, glory sits with them. They move on to the grand finals tomorrow. They probably should have unofficially, again, have qualified for Blast Open London. And so we'll see how well they'll do against an Academy side who certainly have shown some surprises. That's, of course, coming tomorrow at 5 p.m. CEST, where we'll be joined back once again with you all, and we'll see how well the Danes can do. But for the day, we have to bid you adieu. The penultimate day has concluded. Tune back in tomorrow for the finals of the RES Showdown.